Looks good.
So we may be 20 minutes late, but I may be up and running. Let me go and confirm quickly just a little bit how we're looking. Yes, this is looking much more reasonable now. YouTube may or may not work. I don't know.
YouTube's working.
YouTube's working. How great that is. I see Twitch. I see no. Yes, I think we're good.
YouTube.
Okay. So, as I say, 20 minutes late only, but I got there finally. I had updates and then restarts and then another restart, and but I think everything is fine. I think chat should be okay as well on Twitch, even though it tells me remote only, but I will reload and see how that goes.
Yeah, I was in slow mode, but it's on there.
Yeah, and I had something similar, but I think it should be good.
That's it. Well done.
Okay. So, hello everyone. I am still not fully sorted. I just might try to get back as soon as possible. But everything looks good. Everything looks Tamaguchi. Let me go and.
No, those things fucking die on
No, let me go.
But you don't want to like that.
Yeah, but everything is good. And let me go and put up some tunes, right? I think some tunes. Hello and welcome everyone. Let's do that finally. So yes, let's. I think my mic is a bit loud. It seems to me I could hear myself on my wife's headset quite badly. Yes. Also, yes. Let me change over on there. I forgot it. You I want sitting there, and then we are ready for the first break at some point later. This is all going to be a little bit chaotic, but it's fine. Let me go and see. We probably want Firefox. Oh, I also why I just seen it. What? Please come to me, my child. 2 seconds. I'm just spawning that on the other screen. And so the good thing in the Hyperland is, excuse you, you're meant to be on that screen. Thank you. You normally just drag your mouse to wherever you want to spawn something just after you launched it, and it just spawns there and finds itself a little thing. Let me go and see if I can connect it to chat. And I had a positive biddy. I think we is good. I think we is good. Let me reorganize my screen a little. I know that that's not helpful. Maybe like this. Yeah, this is good. And we are still building games. We're still building actually, not Slime Ranch.
Slime Invader.
Slime Dodger. That's it. So let me go and again organize my screen a little. Put this other way. Let's go into our workspace, repos, learning MonoGame, and if we check in here, then indeed we have the Slime Dodger. I still also have remainders of Slimer Dodger, which let's just get rid of that. That was an old naming mistake. Slimer Dodger, because it wasn't meant to be Slimer that we're dodging. I don't want any copyright infringements on any possible ghosting movies. Because who you gonna call? You gonna call me? No, you're gonna call me if you have any problems, right? Not any unrelated. Wee. I mean, good morning. I'm in a peculiar mood. I have slept very little. You're not helping. That's fine. I love you for it. Let's remind ourselves where we were actually last time. Make clean and make run. See what happens. I have over the weekend, by the way, worked slightly on the makefile script a little. We can look at that change once I pulled up Visual Studio Code. Well, matter of fact, let's go and tell it to launch. And hello, yes, game. Yes, we have a game here, and we can use the keyboard, either WASD or the arrow keys, right? And we're going to make this very important. We're going to make all this left-handedness, or ambidextrousness. Like, I don't care which hand you actually use, preferably. We're going to make it work in a way that it works for our games in the future. I have also confirmed gamepad works. I haven't got one of my own. I stole my wife's dog.
Why is that a secret? Well, I know damn well you did.
How could you? You weren't even there. Anyways.
Because it's the only working controller at the moment.
Not the point.
That is the point.
Right, fair enough. Let me actually, I feel like open folders, I think what I want.
Where was I?
No, you were sleeping at the time.
Alright.
Like, I feel like this is not what I want. Let me, so we confirmed our game is working. Let me just, bit hard right now. So, yes, maybe something like this. Let me go and make the text down there a little bit bigger, and if you guys can't read, let me know. But yes, hi Vonnie, by the way. Thanks for attending and hanging in there with me. Yeah. Yes, all of that. Exactly. I think we're gonna have to organize it like this, or you know what? No, solid. We have a terminal in here. We can just use, I believe. There it is. So, anyways, we were still in the middle of chapter 12 when on Friday, unfortunately, my left right ear got really sore, but it's all good now. So we were working on collision detection and have actually no clue whereabouts we were. Let's quickly have a look at why. Okay, so yes. We are still in chapter 12, and I went and what you call it, branched off into a makefile type thing. And the makefile change was as follows. Let's quickly work through that. It is, I think, a little bit shorter now. Like all in, we were now sort of at 60 lines. We were at 80 lines. And basically, I've done a bunch of cleanup in terms of code repetition. So we're not doing the same things over and over again, and we're not typing out the same things over and over again. You can check it out on Codeberg as well. Let me actually, I forgot to do this last time, and I need to make it a habit of basically posting the link as we stream. We were here. Let me go into the repo and grab the link and do something like so, like something like so, and then I can pin that, I think. Paste, pin, until stream finish. Same do here. Let me go do like so. Say send, and then pin the message. Yeah. Good. Yes. But you can absolutely follow the history along there as well, and check out any changes yourself. Let me actually just jump in here. We are on chapter 12, right? Yes. So why are you still named wrong? I know. Her? Are we sure? Because let me collapse a bunch of stuff here and let me get a bit of feel for the what's going on here, because yeah. Slime Dodger? Yeah, that's right now, okay. Why are you complaining? Nullable field. I might actually turn around at some point and tell the project to just not worry about that then. I don't know how important it is in a game specifically when we're not taking any other game input or user input than directions and gamepad inputs. Like something to maybe consider. anyways, let's just try and figure out in the documentation what we were doing last time. Can we make it a little bit bigger and read through? I believe we had added circles, right? Circle constructor, circle methods, and sort of we should see if circle if all this I believe this was all done, but let's confirm if we have this equation equatable stuff. So this is in our library, and yes, shapes circle, and yeah, here's our this is how we equate things. And this is a lot of code. Let me try and remind myself actually what we're doing here. So this is how we're constructing it. So there's two different ways of constructing it. We can either pass in two variables of x and y and a radius, or so that's 3. Absolutely, yes. And we just put those in through the properties of our class. So every time we instantiate a circle, we then basically say, okay, this is the size of the circle and where it lives. We can do it as a point, which is essentially just the same as an x and y, but just packed in together as a variable type. Probably for graphics purposes, like it's probably easier to deal with to just pass around for vectors and that. Intersect. So this is where the mathing got interesting, and quite possibly we should read over this again because there was a lot. Yes, I remember. Let me try and remind ourselves because I don't quite think I was in the right space to understand all this. So this is what we're doing, circle collision, right? We're not interested in any other shapes at the moment. We could do it in other shapes, but it's essentially, from what I understood last time, just computationally more expensive. And so we've got, yeah, I can see that's hard to see here, but we've got A, B, and C here on this triangle. And I was able to figure out, thank goodness, some basic math came back, that to figure out the distance between those circles, we can just draw a triangle between their two centers and then use a squared plus b squared equals c squared to actually resolve this c squared. This is essentially what we would be interested in. And the more I think about that actually right now, and even just looking at this, right, if the distance c is equal or smaller than what, 2 half radii, so one circle's full diameter, then it intersects, it's crashing into each other, right? Radius of circle 1, radius of circle 2, right? Yeah, the two radii squared have to be greater than a and b squared, a squared plus b squared, because that is what is the sum that leads to c squared. Yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, okay, so that made sense. Thank goodness. And this is what MonoGame sort of makes easier for us. We don't need to do all the math and we don't need to figure all that out ourselves. We can just say, hey, we'll give you 2 circle positions. Right, make it a distance squared, which is the function that they have built on, nice. And then we need to figure out the radii squared. Bless you. And now we could do, and I remember this from before as well. I've also seen other reports on this, but just doing normal multiplication like this is actually cheaper than saying, hey, circle 1 radius plus circle 2 radius to the power of 2. Right, even though that would seem shorter in syntactically, but this is actually cheaper and quicker to do. So, and then basically check if those two radii squared are larger than the distance squared, because if not, we are colliding or intersecting, whichever way you want to look at it, because you can obviously allow actually intersection if you were drawing just two circles over each other, if that makes sense. But if you want to obviously check that they bump into each other and they shouldn't, and should like bounce off each other or something should happen, then but that's the event that when they are either equal or smaller than. Uh-huh. And then for a rectangle, it's probably easier for a rectangle because you could just look at their positions most likely. Right. And you can do the same with a rectangle. They have an intersect method actually, and they do an AABB collision check. So axis aligned bounding box. For those that are interested, what AABB is, I actually thought this would have resolved to like points on those squares, but sure. Done. But yeah, you just give it two rectangles. Get a bool. Is it colliding? And by saying is intersecting. Intersects. Yeah, it's simple enough. Complex polygons. If we need it in the future, we will look into it. Yeah, it's like a good resource to have. Right. Okay. So we maybe quickly look over this optimizing collision performance when checking for collisions between multiple objects, testing every object against every other object, often called brute forcing or brute force checking, becomes inefficient as your game grows. Brute force checking can be calculated as n times n minus 1 divided over 2, where n is the total number of objects. For example, if you have 100 objects in your game, that's 100 times 99, so 4,950 collision checks every frame. Now, two-phase approach. Broad phase, a quick simple check to rule out objects that definitely are not colliding. And then narrow phase, a more precise check that is only performed on objects that have passed the broad phase. Okay. Be interesting to probably maybe look into some mathing into for this and then turn that into code. Because maybe I have actually a notion of at some point maybe doing something like a physics simulation type thing. And that's where it becomes really interesting then and important to really be able to do this on a massive scale. But that's way ahead in the future. But yeah, then we do the circle thing to actually figure out how we make a circle and how we this was all now fine. And now we want to actually add that collision to our game. Let's try and do that. And yes, let me go. Where is this in the actual game, right? So in Slime Dodger, we are going and we're now actually worrying or starting to care about the positions, but that's fine. They're private vector 2s. Slime position. Oh, right. Okay. We also want one for the bat. Right. That makes sense. Of the bat. Nope. Not bat at. Bat. I'm Batman. Then we in the initializer, let me go and I want to go and try and figure something out quickly. Extensions. Actually, let me ask on the Google. VS Code auto collapse C#, something like that. I feel like I want to go into code with stuff just What's this? Control K, Control 0, or Control K. That's for command. That's for macOS to collapse all code regions. But no, I want to walk into the region and just have a collapse, and I just open things. Is that not a thing? It gets annoying really fast, really. So basically just a bit of collapsing myself. That makes sense then. Okay, we'll do that. So Control A, Control K, Control 0 was that? Control K, Control 0 is not a command. Thank you, Internet. Oh. Let me Control Shift P. That's the command palette in Visual Studio Code, and collapse. That's Solution Explorer. I don't want that collapse folders Explorer. No. Toggle inline suggestions. No. Okay, just not a thing. It's fine. It is what it is. Oh, hey, Snetnol. Nice. Did I miss you saying something?
No, he hasn't.
No, but nice. 10 streams in a row. Nice. Welcome in. Assign random bat velocity is sort of a next thing that we do. We need to. Sorry, today is a little bit chaotic. It's all good. It's all good. Set the initial position of the bat to. No, wait now. Yeah, let me actually. Oh God. Where are we doing bad things? Bad things. Bad things. Oh, yeah. Here's our initialization for that position. Okay. It's literally a static draw. We're not doing anything there. Fine. So you want me to make a thing called assign random bat velocity, but yes, okay. Of the God, I can type honestly. It's fine. Hey. Make that window go away, thank you. Don't even need you. Go away, thank you. To be what's that, 10 pixel off to the right of the slime. Right, and so bad position is essentially what? New vector. Oh, right, okay, we might as well just grab this because that's exactly what it is. It's that vector. Grab it. Where's my initialize? Okay. This is a lot of code that we're adding right now in the update loop. I think I'm going to factor this quickly out into a function. Can be in the same file, just it's Yeah. We're making a function out of that. So we'll actually just call that collision check. Check collision. So this is a see when we done the check, yeah, the private void. There's nothing special we need to do there. Let me actually do that exactly down there. Ah, even better. Keep it sort of somehow together. Give me this guy. Actually, where's my rainbow bloody no, not CSV. Indent rainbow. Is it the rainbow? No, it's, oh, rainbow brackets. What's supposed to happen with rainbow brackets? Because this one says deprecated, I think. Is now built into VS Code. Is it? I don't see it. Under brackets, maybe? Colorization, okay. Controls whether each bracket type has its own independent color pool. Maybe, yes. And controls whether bracket pair guides are enabled. Yes, please. Just looking through if there's something else that sort of sticks out at me. I'm saying like, oh, I like that maybe as a function to make it more obvious. I think the rest is fine. Let's see. Maybe. It seems a bit more obvious now. Okay. So, thank you, extension window. So this is private void check collisions. Right, it really doesn't need any input output because we can work in this class, we can work on all the same game object as we do either in input during update or draw games calls. It really doesn't matter, but this is a lot. So let's start by basically what's called a screen bound. Basically be defining where does the screen end because we don't want our things to escape anymore. Screen bounds apparently. Okay, is a new rectangle. And there is a few helper functions here we can use. It starts at 0.0. So, you know, origin up top left sort of thing. uh, and then what's this? Graphics device. My God, can we not have this on... I want to go and copy this into a nice variable. We'll do this up here. So this is a private, I think it's an int from what I'm understanding here, private int screen width. What's coming back from that? Yeah, that's an int. Why not actually make it a const? Can I not do that? The expression being assigned to must be constant, but that's exactly what I'm trying to achieve. I know what's happening here. So the compiler can't know while it builds this program what any computer's screen size is going to be as it runs. So this is why it's saying it needs to be. What we can do is we can call this the read only. So it's immutable. You'll be fine by the first time you'll be asked. Actually, no. Let's do this a bit smarter because this might actually fail. Because as we start running this program, we might not actually have a graphic context that has established a length and width, length and height, or width and height. And yeah, no. So we'll set it to 0 just now, right? Private read only and screen height. Also set this to 0. But if it's read only, I can't interfere with it. Is it actually important? If it's private, it doesn't really matter what if I make it read only or const, I suppose. Right, okay. What we do need to do though, during initialization, we need to now go and actually assign values to those. So we're gonna say screen height is that. I should have done screen width first. And then just copy that. Oh. Height. At this point, we're gonna have to assume we have some sort of graphics, what you call it, context, because we would have already ran through the constructor of this actual class, which has all that sort of built in from the configuration, which, yeah, let's just ignore that for a second. I went and did a quick thing in between and made a config class because I wanted to be able, and I'll get to that as well. I want to be able to launch the game from the outside in a peculiar configuration. So I built this over the weekend as well. Just a slight side quest before we go on. You can basically launch the game with -F or -- full screen, or you can give it a width and height, and it'll launch the window in exactly those dimensions. I've went through and read through the documentation of the system.command line. This is a Microsoft function for .NET, and basically how to achieve this. So you set yourself what's called a root command, which is based on the actual application essentially, right? And then you give it different options. Right, you give it a description. You can have in those descriptions you can have defaults already set, and that's as far as I understood it. Basically, I've copy and pasted a lot of this. I will be honest, but I sort of on a high level understand if how I can add more options and make sure we can even return a help and then just run our app with those arguments, right? Yeah, it's probably not what you should be doing or how you should be doing it, or maybe it's exactly the way you should be doing it. I don't know exactly. There could be nicer ways of doing it. But this is where I'm basically needing this config from the outside to then say as we initialize the actual game context and graphics context where those values come from. And yeah, that's all there's to it. So there's always a default set, but it's not coming inside here anymore. It's literally coming now from one layer outside even further, and I found that quite convenient. We could even maybe go as far as saving these things as settings somewhere. But that's not something I wanted to just do just now. It was more to be able to just launch it in full screen for testing. That was basically the whole point there. But anyway, so we have screen width, we have screen height. We need to now go during all the way back down here, and during our check collision, we can now actually derive those directly here from screen width and screen height. Now we have the screen bounds here. Okay, now we teach it basically how big a slime is. And this is a circle. This is our class. Slime bounds is a new circle of, okay, so how, why, like slime position X and Y, I understand, but let's type it out. So first we need to make sure it's actually an integer that comes back as we make this circle thing, right? And maybe it would help me to actually break these up quickly into variables. So this is an int of slime X, we'll just call it quickly, right? And say it's cast to int. But what is it that is actually cast? There's mathing involved here. So we need a bracket for precedence. Slime position dot X. Something's not right. What's the definition for slime position? That's a vector 2. Vector 2's, yeah, they should have a dot X dot Y. Oh, they're floats. Oh, that's why the casting. Right, okay, I understand that part then.
No.
Let's just keep going here. Excuse me. Dot X plus. Oh. And this is where we apparently slime dot width times, so half of the width but why? Right, yeah, no, stop. Any circle's X is defined from its radius, from its center. It's not defined from its corner. We need to find that corner, so we need to go half the distance up. We need to go half the distance left. Right, but we do all this and float first and then cast it to an integer. Right. Let me actually go and break this out into another variable, just so I understand it easier when I look at it right now. And then we go height. We don't need to do this casting anymore. These are both ints now, circles. So this is now slime X, comma, slime Y, and then radius. So it's the entire width, entire slime's width. Width times 0.5, because we only need half of it. Yes, I forgot to.
Wait.
No, I need to embrace you in one more time. Need to do the mathematical expression first before we do the cast. Yes, this I now understand why we're doing this, okay? Use distance-based checks to determine if the slime is within the bounds of the game screen, okay? Create a. It's not a screen bounding box, it's really more of a window bounding box, right? Because we could be full screen, so it's the entire screen, or we could be in a window, so it's a form. Yeah, you call it screen, but well, I guess I guess in terms of the game, the entire back buffer is the screen. So yes, okay, then check out create a screen bounding box to prevent escape. Bless you. Then we'll clearly say here that this is a slime bounding box calculated from. And this is actually obvious sort of what it's calculated from. The code explains itself there. Create a slime bounding box, Swift. Copy. I'm just going to paste this comment in, thank you, and make sure what we're doing now. So this is now bounding checks. Oh. I'll take a TV, it's fine. If slime bound left is right, okay, yeah. Well, it's literally if then statements. We're checking the slime bonds first. Oh, can't just check the entire thing. Screen bonds. Else if, okay. So what is that we're doing here? We're literally just setting its X position back to the screen bounds. Okay. Screen bounds left. Else if and then you're just doing the same for the right. Okay. So then we're saying slime bounds dot right is it's got to be greater than, right? Yeah, because it's an increasing value, and we need to be above that value to actually be out of bounds. Screen bounds dot right. Then we'll basically do the same with the slime position, just screen bounds right dot x equals screen bounds dot right. Okay, apparently we also need to take away the slime's width. Slime bounds. minus width, no? Oh, slime width, it's not bounds, it's just the actual slime that has those properties. Why, I wonder? Why do you have to do it for one and not the other? Trying to just logically work my way through this, and this is to do probably with origins. That's exactly it. That's exactly it, because the origin is already a top left corner, but if we set it do the same on the right hand side, then we would actually be off screen by exactly the slime amount. So we would need to, yeah, that makes sense. This is why we need to push it actually exactly that amount back. Oh, see, just think about it sometimes and you can hear yourself say the answer, as it were. And now we're just doing the same for the top and bottom. So let me see if I can put this together without cheating and looking to the left. So it's basically two if and else if statements, something like this. So first we're checking if the slime bounds top, say, right? Doesn't really matter what we're checking first. Are less than screen bounds dot top. Because everything is top left origin, I feel like this is the way to go, right? So what we'll do then is that we'll actually set its Y position. Sorry, my headset it's came off. There we go. So slime position dot Y is screen bounds dot top. But do we need to do the mathing there? Yes, no. It's 0, we're already at that origin. I don't think so. I feel like this is exactly the way to go. And then the opposite is of that. No, we'll type it out, it's fine. Maybe makes more sense. Else if we haven't actually ever set a condition here, so this is slime bounds bottom. If that is greater than the screen bounds bottom, right? Then we set the slime position to its Y, to be precise, to be equals to the screen bounds bottom minus the slime's height, because otherwise we would be off screen again if we're originating it exactly at the bounds of the bottom. Right, let me just I've just sort of scrolled quickly past it, so I'm basically now at the bat position, right? So I've not even confirmed if that's right, but I feel like this is the way to go. And I want to try and get more confident in sort of typing these things out as I formulate the thought, and this is really what programming is all about, that you have these concepts and you need to sort of quote them down. But we have been doing a lot of just blindly copy pasting from the other screen, so I want to try and improve that sort of comprehension of what I'm actually doing as well as we go, you know. And I'm just gonna quickly look over what I'm seeing here. I feel like a lot of this is the same. Moved out to the screen, but we're also doing different things here. Okay, so where's the new, so we'll make a new bat. I would have almost loved to maybe break these up into two different, but it's fine. So it's bat position into their own little functions, but it's fine. There's a new vector 2 of bat position and bat velocity. Did I scroll too far? No, I did not. It's actually it's not bat position. It's new bat position. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm not even done with making it yet. But so the new bat position, that actually makes sense. What we'll take is we'll take it's the original bat position and we'll add our velocity to it. I'm trying to think where that is at the moment. Do we just have it as bat velocity? No, we do not. Did I? Yes, I sure, I forgot it up here. Bad position, yes, but I didn't do the bad velocity. We need a private vector 2, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, no, 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 no. A, B, go. Should not be using those. Back down here. Also, this should have been, probably here. Bat velocity. What float? Who's a float? Oh, vector 2, vector 2. Tracks the bat's velocity, of course, but yeah, he's not happy with this, but this makes no sense. Are we still having a using up here that shouldn't be? X and A framework is what we should be using. Shouldn't be using numerics, we should be using the X and A framework stuff. So this is fine. We'll just ignore it for now and see if it builds later on. Bad position and bad velocity, they're both defined by me as vectors. We're making a new vector here to call it new bad position, right? This is, oh, right, it's not a new vector. That's what it is. We've already made the vector up there. It already exists. Right. Right. Again, I'm still learning. Do keep that in mind, people. I have no clue what I'm doing. So this is essentially, yeah, the bad bounce, right? There's a new circle this time, because we are actually making it this time here. That would be at bat position. Don't look to the left, think about it. Yeah, I feel like plus the width, right? Yeah, or half of the width. That's so I remember that part right. Just need to code it out right now. So is a new circle where the x needs to be at the bat position. Is it plus or minus? Why is it plus? I don't understand quite the plus part yet, but Oh yeah, because circle origin again. Because circle origin, you're actually moving away from the image origin of the sprite animation sprite in our case, or sprite. From that origin away, we're moving into the middle. That's why we need to right. Batch dot width times 0.5 f. Oh, I can type. Need to cast that into an into, right? First of all, it absolutely needs to be in brackets because that needs to happen first, but I feel like, yes, this needs to be cast into an int. And bad position dot x. Okay. Shall we maybe express this again like I did earlier in quickly variable? And say here this is a yeah, it's got to be an int. This is what we're needing. That x is this. Why I fucky uppy whoppy from float to int. I think we need to go and cast this too, right? There we go. And then we now have a very simple formula for doing the same with the y. Whoop. And it's the height. Whoop. Yeah, there we go. And then we can actually say this is bat x comma bat y. And then you do need a radius, which is it the yes it I never remember. It's a radius we're passing, and so it's half of the bat dot width. Yeah, comma bat bat width. And then I feel like that's gonna need to be cast into an int again, right? Because we're probably times 0.5 effing it. No? Oh, yeah, brackets. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Let me confirm. Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly like this. Okay, cool. And then the next thing we do is something normal. Okay. Vector to normal equals vector to 0. This is where vector math understanding would probably be useful, but it's fine. It's fine. Again, with us, you really need to not do this, please. Can we do an exclude on that in the future? Okay. Anyways, it's my break time. And what I'm going to do is do exactly that right now. And as we come back, we'll first quickly investigate. Let me put the search up on that right now. .NET project excludes reference, like you know, I think this is actually a .NET problem. I think this is actually a Visual Studio Code problem for the code completions. Anyways, maybe just have to work with the fact that it's going to happen, and I just need to just kick it out. Anyways, if you like this sort of content and you want to see more of it, give me a like, a follow, subscribe. I'm curious as to where we can take this whole development thing, what we can learn, and all that. If you have any questions, of course, hit me up down in the doobly-doo and all that. I will be back in 3 to 5. See you all soon. And with that, I am back. So let's continue. We come down here. Yeah, I'm gonna just ignore. Thank you. I'm just gonna ignore the. I'm just gonna ask the question one more time. Can we in a CS project file maybe do that? Exclude system dot numerics, like not from build. It's not so much from build exactly. No, this is a VS Code problem, I'm sure. Can we actually maybe ask VS Code for this? Preferences, settings, maybe, right? And then we'll just auto include. Like I feel like this it's an auto include. If if I could type, um, none of that. Terminal, no. Is it IntelliSense? No. Oh, mm, I'd need to look into that a bit more, understanding that. Maybe from one of the extensions. I mean, and as the question comes up, uh, no, that's just yeah, no, no. I think this is exactly what I have that behavior now. I don't need anything else then. Um, Anyways, okay, let's say questing more fixing code. So let's document quickly. Well, actually, this is self-documentary, but create a bounding box for the bat. This I don't understand. What vector 0, this normal thing, but okay, it's fine, right? Because what we're doing now is including this documentation, so we're using distance-based checks to determine if the bat is within. So bat bounds left, bat bounds right, screen bounds. Okay, this is no peeking to the left. See if I can put this together. So again, this is going to be two if statements. Else, if we have another condition, right? We of course need to name those conditions. Let's look at the bat position dot left. Oh, dot x being smaller than screen bounds dot left, right? And if that is the case, then we're actually going to set the bat positions x to be equal to the screen bounds on the left. And then can we just copy all this and nope. No, not this is still right, but it's the other kind of way around now. If we were on the right, then we set its x position to be right, but minus the width of the bat, right? And then we're gonna just do the same for the y position, which is just the height of the screen bounds. That's top. And this is bottom. Trying to make it a bit faster by just marking the right parts and just overwrite. Then this is the height. Whoops. Oh, yeah. If the Y position, so on the Y axis up and down, if it's larger than the bottom, set it back to the same as the bottom, but take away its height, because otherwise we'd be out of bounds. Do the same at the top. I feel like yes. Okay. This I need probably explained a bit better. Let's look through this. Because what if the normal is anything but vector 2.0, this means the bat had moved outside the screen edge, so we should reflect it above the normal. What is normal? Who's normal? Normal, normalize. Oh God. Oh wait, okay, wait a minute. I did forget something here in the. So there's a reason why they made this normal thing, and I need to go and now add it. So, and I should have actually made this based on the bad bounce. Whoopsie doopsie. Which means it's not the X, it's the left. Bad bounce. Did we not? We made those. Damn it. The actual. Yeah, it's not bad bounce, it's a bad position, but oh god. Okay, let's the if conditions are right, it's just what we're doing inside is wrong. So let me try and fix that part by recreating it from what I'm seeing there, okay? Because there is a lot of vectoring stuff going on that I don't understand. So bad bounce left, screen bounce left, and that's still, you know, if the bounds of the bad are smaller than, so if we're going out to the left, what are we doing? Normal.x. What is a normal? Should we maybe vector normal? Like what a normal vector, often simply called a normal, and actually can we get this from somewhere else? Wolfram is probably the better choice here. A normal vector, often simply called the normal, to a surface is a vector which is perpendicular to the surface at a given point. No circumference on closed surface is the inward point in normal. Okay, no, too mathematical. Wikipedia. In geometry, a normal is an object, a line, ray, or vector that is perpendicular to a given object. Okay, we've seen that before. For example, the normal line to a planar curve at a given point is the infinite straight line perpendicular to the tangent line to the. I'm going to just say, like, I'm 5. A normal vector is a special that stands straight up from your paper, point directly at the ceiling, okay? Okay. I think I understand what it does. I think it doesn't always have to mean 90 degrees. This is the point. This is yeah. So because what we're doing in this case, um, right, because we're talking about the velocity, this wouldn't apply to a static vector. Like if you just look at a position, there wouldn't be a normal involved because we have a change involved. The numbers change. What you need to do is you need to look at the numbers and the arrow would normally be yes going straight up at the ceiling in this example because we're not coming in from a different direction, but if we're coming in from a different direction, then the normal would be the exact opposite of that. I think this is what we're getting at when we normalize this. Right. Because we're doing this with a vector where we're coming in from a certain trajectory and we need to do a return on that but normalize it because otherwise it would end up just breaking out of the 0 to 1 bounds within the vector. You couldn't express it right and it would not make sense. I think this is why physicians use it as well. Right. I think this may not have made sense to you guys, and I will do a better point of maybe trying to explain that at a point again. But I think for us, all that matters is when any of the objects freely moving. Like for me, if I try and move further left, I can't. Right, that's how it's programmed at the moment, and we're just getting set back to normal. But if it's one of those bats just freely moving, then they would hit the wall but have that velocity then returned in a way that still fits into our bounds of what we yeah okay. Oh god, that math is hard. um so this is why we need to do all those shenanigans, but I will just more or less copy it once from site here and then see how this comes together. So we make a new. I've heard of this. I've heard of this unit thing. Um, uh, returns a vector with components 1, 0. Yeah, it's a unit X and the unit Y is 0, 1 on the second line. I think we'll see later on down. Let me go and say so. The new bad position. New bad position is we need to know it's X only. Is screen bounce left, right? That's still the same. Okay, left. Okay. Um, and then we're doing the same on the right. So normal dot x. Oh, not quite. Is minus vector 2 dot unit xx. I think we need to step through this code to understand what the variables do. Like, what is a minus vector? Well, okay, if it's a unit vector of x, but it's minus, then I would imagine that it's just returning -1, 0. As I say, I think we would need to step through this to actually see it. Okay, but in any case, the new bat position, or the new x position, is going to be screen bounds right, minus the width of the thing, right? Right. Minus, I know we need to do some casting here, most likely, bat dot, no, bat bounds, is it? Probably, not just the actual bat. Oh no, we can just take the bat's width. Minus, oh, Oh yeah, we need the entire width of that. That's just true. Overthinking, Sebastian, overthinking. Just slow down, you'll be fine. Slow down, you'll be fine.
Amen.
Alright. Now we're doing the top and bottom things. So this is literally still the distance-based checks. Okay, but the next part is if the normal is anything but a vector 0. So let's just documentation copy. Yeah, this. Sorry, my top screen went off. I'm trying to revive it. So the normal is initialized to be a vector 0, right? And then we're basically needing to check if it's not that. Why would it not be in this case? This is sort of the point I'm not getting. Because you're gonna take... What? Have I missed something entirely somewhere here in this code I'm not seeing at the moment? No? Bad position, bad velocity is the only thing we need to add, okay? We then have in initialize, I did that, except for, wait, initialize, we've initialized that part. Bad position has been initialized. The only thing we didn't do is it's a function that doesn't exist yet, but we'll do this right now. Random bat velocity, because otherwise I'll look at it later and say, oh, isn't it working? But we do need that function call, and then we go and Slime doesn't care about any vectors. This is only starting at the bat, so this is all way down here. That's all fine. We have created the new bounds. We've created a new position for the bat. We've created the new normal, which is just set to 0, 0, 0, 0, everything. And then somehow normal x is being set to a unit of... Why would this change? Like I don't see any input from here. This normal thing is set to 0, and we're looking for its x, and then we're saying just some random vector x. The x coordinate of this vector. What vector? I don't... I don't... Oh, no, wait a minute, Sebastian. Think about this. This is an update call. This is just mathing pre-existing things, so that this normal will actually change as we run through again and again and again. I think that's what's happening there. So this is why we're then checking if this normal has, is changed. I think I've just figured it out. It actually looks like the exact X values, and then okay, they're now different than they were in the previous frame, because this is why we need to react. This is why we do the vector reflect, which is somehow just mathematically easier done easier for us. Could probably even dive into it and then see what we see. So you multiply the X components and the Y components by itself, and then by add them, you then times 2 them, so square them, and the result is a default of a vector 2, which is probably just a way of normalizing that back to reasonable numbers. And then you're returning, you're basically getting the X values, normalize it, times that, multiply this number. So this is sort of this is the actual multiplier basically to do the reflection, right? Okay. And then you just return that entire vector. Okay, I sort of get it. I would really need to take like an advanced course in math or something to get all this like instinctively. A lot of this is a bit above my pay grade. um So, but then we say that the bat velocity is equal to the, no, sorry, bat position. Right, bat position is equal to the new bat position. And then we're now dealing actually what happens when both of them collide to each other. Okay, interesting. If slime bounds intersects at bad bounds. This is where now the two circle intersects that we made earlier or last time come in handy. So if slime bound dot intersects, right? Because that's where the circles come from. They're from in the bounds. Intersects with the bad bounds, I suppose, right? It doesn't. Would it matter which way you check it? I don't think so. Probably easier to check it from the single object that exists and then just whatever that is actually intersecting. Yeah, I suppose. But you know, if that's the case, then we do things. And what are those things? Oh God. Sorry, this is a bit interesting, but okay, let's just commit. Commit. Let's just copy the commentary again. Maybe helps me understand more. As we type this. So divide the width and height of the screen into equal columns and rows based on the width and height of the bat. That is actually easy enough because you just take the screen bounds and divide it by the width of the bat, literally. Then you get the exact columns, you get the rows, you do that for the height. That is fair enough, but then we do some random stuff to place. Okay. Okay, I think yes. So not int. If int total rows, probably total columns is better first because we're always working with first for some reason. Yeah.
Oh,
Screen width divide by, was it what do we say off the bat? So bat dot width. Oh, Okay, can't do that. I understand. I think because this is a float. Yes. So we'll cast it. Well, cast this into an int. Right. This is easy enough. Total rows. Roll my bat gently down the screen. Sorry, I have thoughts in my head.
No.
See, this is why I like having this made earlier, and because we needed to refer to it again, and then rather than doing
No.
this. Oh God, no. Copy. Rather than typing all this out again, I can just say, hey, we have a screen width and a screen height. We probably need to do something about if the screen changes size, and I've refreshed those. Although, no, they're coming from the back buffer. That should be fine, potentially. It requires testing. Let me go and copy this commentary again. Choose a random row and random column based on the total number of each. Randomization. That's always a bit of a and column. You just call it column. Do we want to do that? I guess for now. I feel it's a bit too generic. So random.shared dot next. That feels very insecure, but okay. Although this is just game stuff, we don't really care about how random this value is, just as long as it's random enough. Total columns. Provides a thread save random instance that may be used concurrently from any thread. Okay, that's why random shared. Okay, and it just exists. I don't think we need to do any initialization from what I'm seeing here. Cool. So basically what we're saying is find me a value between 0 and the total number of columns. That is the column that we're living on. And the same for the rows, where we just say, hey, give me the total number of rows as maximum. And between 0 and that, find me a row to place ourselves on. And then we say that the bat position is equal to a new vector 2. Okay, interesting. Y column times width and row times height. Change the bat position. Let me go and grab the commentary again. Change the bat position by setting the x equal to the column and row multiplied. Yeah, I see that you're doing that, but why are you doing it? Equal to the column. So that'll be some number. So say we have 10 total rows, okay? And the random came back as 5. For any of the x's or y's, doesn't matter. I set the position to 5. Yeah, it needs the width of the actual bat sprite to know how many bat sprites over it is. That's how you make that grid right. See, think your way through and then you'll be fine. So that'll be bat position if we're making the x first, I suppose. So in here, column, no, row, no, column. That's why you keep it in the same order, because then it stays the same. That makes sense. Times width, bat width, I think, and like not bat bounds. I just need the actual bat dot width. Okay, and then the y is the row times the bat's height. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And then we call that random function again. So assign random bat velocity. That, and again, we still don't know yet, but it's fine. We'll get to know it soon enough, I'm sure. Yeah, there it is. It's okay. It's tiny. Private. What I do? What I do? I pushed wrong button somewhere. What I do wrong? Oh God, we moved somewhere else. Right. Yes, you here. Let me actually see what happens if I say to you, make me that, generate that, right? You make it down there, that's fine. And private void, yes, but you know, we can implement it. And okay, okay, more math involved. We make a float angle, and it's being a cast first of all, and it comes from random dot shared dot next double times math dot pi times 2. What? I understand all of this. We're making a random float, right? Literally, we're asking for the next float. This is what a double is. Does this not need to be in brackets if we're doing math? There's a pi squared. No. Yeah, pi times 2 is pi squared. I feel like pi squared has something to do again with circles, and it's the radius. No, it's a diameter, I think. It just says convert a random angle as a commentary, so that's a bit, yeah, you know, like not helpful. Generate a random angle. Again, there's so much math, high school math missing for me. Convert angle to a direction vector. A direction vector. Yeah, this is a little above, but it's fine. Again, we're making a float of math dot cosine of the angle, so that's and the sine of the angle is for y, but why is that? I see what I did there. Huh. And then we're making a new vector out of that.
What's that?
I know that was terrible.
I know.
Yeah, direction is a new vector 2 out of x and y. I imagine, right? Okay, okay. And then we multiply the direction vector that we've just created by the movement speed. Right, and that is bat velocity equals direction times movement speed. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. That is straightforward enough. because you can just do that. You can take a vector and times it with another float, and it'll just do it for every element. This here, huh? So we make a random floating number, and I assume the math pi times 2, it literally just means from any possible diameter, if that makes sense. Find me a random, or no, you make a random float number, and you turn it into something circlish by timesing it by. But why this? Yeah, okay. I suppose they're looking at a circle. Right, okay. So they're looking at a circle in terms of 360 degrees going around. And that's what I think this expression sort of resolves to. This cosine and sine and no idea. We'll just take it as gospel. Okay. So that's assigning us the random bat velocity. We just need to draw the bat now. Let's draw the bat. Because we need to give it now the bat position. I think that's literally all we need to do there. Yeah. Okay, are we ready to test this? I'm not. Let's clean this shite first. Das Scheißendreck, ja, all the rest and all the old shite. Let's see. Does it? Oh God, not in there. Okay, so something is not happy. But is that maybe because we need to make build? I suppose. No. Oh God, what's my make target? uh, make dev. No. Oh, God. No, make run. Just make run it. I should maybe document my make targets a bit. Document all the things. But no, I did not. Build succeeded so far, are you sure? No, it did not. No, it did not. Unhandled exception. Where did we accept? Okay, so game initialize line 47. This is where you fell over. Fuck. Why is this the case? Can't do it during update, it's too late. Can't do it during draw. This makes no sense at the moment. Because by the time initialize runs, we should already have called the constructor and have a graphics device context, no? Maybe null here, you're absolutely certain of that. Because that's exactly why we're accepting. So so if you look sort of through this, you would see first, program line 55 has failed. So let's just for shits and giggles jump into that. Where's it here? But that's literally just game run. Like that's just us calling into like game, and the minute you look into that, there's this declaration here, but here it's a new slime dodger with our configuration, and the configuration is assumed to be running. Like we've seen it working before. Like we haven't broken any of this, but this is us running the constructor. Right? But somehow at this point we still don't have any awareness of our graphics device. Could we I have a feeling why. Because we haven't actually run the base initializer yet. I think I need to then also move you down. Make clean, make run. So let's see here. No, no. Probably exactly the same problem still, right? I need to do this slightly later. We could do it on content load, although no, that might be still too early. Let's just try it though, like there must be a way to initialize this, right? So let's do this here and just test it out. Like I'd be hard pressed to find a better place. No. You know what? I think we're going to do it actually during update. This is when we're going to read this out. And what I might actually do is we'll set a little if condition. If any of them's changed, then we do that update. Right, because right now they're set to 0, right? That's fine. Almost feels like I should just read it from the config, but no, we need the current existing. So let me rip this out of here. And what we're going to say during update, we want to set these, right? Like, there's no way that at this point this shouldn't have been at least, we should at least have a context. I don't. Well, also, we haven't done the check collisions thing. Nope. So yeah, here on update, and then what I'm gonna say is, and I guess it would make sense to literally ask for these first and compare them to our current screen width, right? So if screen width is not equal to this, or is it one or I can never remember, but let's do this right, because I'm going to detect change on either of them. Or screen height is not equals to that one, then we set them again. Oh, nope. There. I forgot a. So if we go and look at the definitions of these, they are private integers of just being 0 at the moment during the very first initialization. I don't know. I need to try it. That is mistakes were made. It's fine. This is how we learn. You get an idea, you fail at the idea, you try again and again until you get it right. Something like that, anyways. Oh, for the love of. 47, so you're still not. Bad position, new vector 2, slime width. Yeah, right, why not? Me, what I do wrong? Okay, so apparently we need to do base initialized first before we do anything else. Like so, maybe. Was that my only mistake? Yeah, Nobi. Order of operation always matters. I've said it before. But really? But look at it. We have a bat just randomly flying around. Something fucky wucky. The bat. The bat disappeared, and also it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We can fix. We can fix. So first off, I think I would like to fix this because I feel like we're gonna get ourselves in a weird position with this being this late. Like honestly, this feels weird. I really would, yeah, here, right after initialization or something, find me those two values. And you better not come back with that shite. Let's do like so, and make clean, make run. Okay, now something else, something is broken again, but we do have, we have a slime, and it seems to be contained within the bounds. All right, that's something. So I feel like this was fine because the system is now aware of how big the window is. I mean, slime dodger bin. No. Right, basically calling the game now directly with the F parameter, and I want to see. Haha, okay, so we have a full screen window. And this seems reasonable in terms of its bounds, except for haha. Okay, I think we do need to do this screen width, screen height thing during update as well. Like additionally to normal call. Just ignore that, okay? Where is here? You two. Just shh. Just don't need to worry about that, honestly. Non-nullable field, slime and bat. Where? Are you sure? Can we not just say, hey? No. Nope. Wrong spacing and everything, so. Are you okay now? Like constructor is not complaining now. Good, 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 good. You know happy difference. The bad position is in your vector. Yeah, but you know It's fine. It's fine. We'll have it. Will we? Good question. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do we actually? Yeah, I don't think we might. Ah. See, this slime instance, it's it's there. But I think that's why the bat is being weird, because somehow I buggered up the initialization. So, I mean, you're fine. We have this working. I need to test it again. But this... Like, how would you know a slime's position if it's not been assigned yet at that point? So load content. I can't imagine load content to be running before... let me see. Getting to know... I want to understand quickly, can we see the... I don't know, order of operations, how things are loaded in MonoGame? Because like the content pipeline seems to be fairly late. Let me go and grab the documentation here. What if we go and check in here? No, that's just setting up. We've done that. I think if we look in the game.1 file, we might get a bit of understanding here quickly. Here, initialization, this is sort of what I'm getting at. Yeah, initialize runs first and then load content. Yeah, of course. Okay, yeah, okay. I think this is exactly what's happening, right? Because at the time that we are initializing the, yeah. Let's look at this in code quickly and then initialize. At this point, the slime doesn't exist yet. That don't happen until here. So would I not be better off to just run this in load content? I'm just thinking out loud here. This is a one-time initialization thing. It can run pretty much any time we want it to, right? I'm just gonna say once we actually have the slime at least loaded in. Oh god, that time again. Yes. Thank you. Let's try and test this quickly. Oh no, not like that. That's not going to work because I broke something anyways apparently. But we need to rebuild. I think I broke something there. We'll see. I'm on CashOS. Welcome in there, Abhishek. Okay, so we have our slime. So this is sort of Arch Linux, but CashOS with Hyperland via Hyperland as a desktop engine or desktop DE, whatever, desktop environment. That's the word. But so you're fine, but something I broke something in the bats. Anyways, it is, as my wife said on Twitch, time for my break again. And those that are new on my channel, I take a break every hour on the hour. Gives me a chance to run some ads over on Twitch and make sure we get that sweet no pre-roll experience from my viewers, and time to stretch and bones and wrists and all that. But yes, I will be back in 3 to 5, and then we shall continue to debug this quickly. I probably just fucky wuckied somewhere. I'm pretty sure. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, with that, if you like this sort of content, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe. I will be back, and otherwise, you leave a comment down below. If you have any questions, I will be back soon. And with that, I am back. So let's figure out where we're going here. Going wrong here. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, this is where we then do check collisions. This is where we're running through to make the screen bounds from the screen width and the screen height, which should be well established at this point. But should we maybe step through this code? That's probably actually the better idea here. And we'll make it Where am I gonna break it is my question at the moment. Let me go and clean up quickly, and actually maybe right here as we go into the initializer, and just sort of step through and see what happens. This is a... I need that fixed at some point, but it's fine. So we are stop it right here. Good, 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 good. Let me step. Oh God, buttons run. I want to step over. Where's F11? Okay. Right. No, step over is F10 and then step into is F11. We don't need to run into the initializer of our core class, I think. So we just step over that. And I want to see the first result here. So we're going to step into basically, but what I'm interested in, me go and try and organize these windows somehow. Come on, where's your handle?
On the door.
Not like that. Here, so screen width, okay, has 1280 in it, so you absolutely should be getting a 720 back in there. Good. Then you update those. Let me. First off, does the slime have a position and all that? So there's a vector 2 and it's 0, 0, which may well be right because we're just up there in the corner somewhere. What about the bat? It has a different X, so that's already interesting. It's 90 over. We'll step over the slime update because we know that's working. Right, bat update. Like, no, it's not even here that... Well, maybe. Step into it. Okay, that's just your animation stuff. Step over the check keyboard input and gamepad input. Check collisions. Here's where it's going to get interesting. I really would like this somehow differently organized. Can we get the debugger somewhere else now? Is that not wait now. Give me the locals somewhere else, or can we maybe just drag this in here? Like as a yes. Yeah, even the locals just down here will do me. That's a bit even more readable. Yes, okay, cool. Yeah, and I guess this is where we're now going and figure out where we're going, stepping through. So we make a first screen bounce, right? Let's see how they turn out. They should be right here, and they are from 00 to 1280 to 720. That sounds exactly right. Right. Then the slime's X is that's for the bound box, right? That's sort of 40, that sounds about right. And then same thing there, which is, you know, half of its width plus its origin position up there. Yes. Do we need to cast this again? I don't know, the slime was fine, really. Although I feel like I would want to cast this again. It's fine. Yeah, now we're making the actual radius there, the actual circle. And it's a perfectly round circle of exactly the same dimensions everywhere. Can we... I should have just stepped over that part, really. here's a more interesting one. Bat. Right. What did you find for the bat?
A ball.
An int of 130 and 40, so that's like somewhere in the top left corner, but sort of bit further in and quite a bit in. And so this is the exact vector here of its position. Interesting. Why is there a -2 in there? It's a vector. I don't think I will ever understand them properly. Right. That's fine. Then there is this normal vector now. So that now is exactly 0, 0 at the moment. We say bad bounce left. I feel like this should not have happened. So where's that normal here?
No.
Still 0, 0. Let's just step through it one more time, check collisions, step over the slime stuff, don't really care. Here's the new bat position. Now this is gonna be maybe more interesting on the next frame. Okay, this is definitely, now a different position for that bat. What does the normal turn out to be? It's just 0, 0 again. If bat bounce left, screen bounce left, this is the usual check here. It's still a vector 0. You're saying then the bat position is now the new bat position, which if we check through, we're currently at, where's bat position? Let me go and find it quickly. This is under this probably. Let me find it. Bat position right here, okay. So this is velocity and there's the vector, the position vector. And if where's actually the new, here, new bat position, 98 minus 5, that's definitely different than this, but this whole minus business, it seems like it's off screen. Yep, it seems to be off screen, so somehow when I initialize the first bat, I do it wrong. Load content. So we're just making this the sprites, the animated sprites, I should say, and then say that bat position is a new vector, but which is slime's width plus 10, so just 10 pixels over, and 0, so we're staying at the top. Does this slime have a position at this point, I wonder? Slime, there's an atlas, there's a create animated sprite. So when we make that, it just returns the animated sprite, it gets the animation. The atlas itself is just a texture atlas. Yeah, don't actually think that there's a slime position at that particular point. Because that doesn't happen until we've run the first update, I think. This is gamepad stuff, so then we've got the check collision stuff. That's fine for now. I don't see you changing it though. It's like I feel like at this point, and maybe we should do exactly that. I should just step into that particular part and see what happens when we want to, yeah, get the bad position set. So we'll make a breakpoint right here, and I mean, if I go in, we don't need the texture atlas open. Program says can go, makefile can go for now. I thought, where is the atlas definition? Give me that for a second, because those are the regions. Are those also origins though? No, I don't. Because we're not setting the origin for the actual thing to exist here. This is just how we are finding it in the actual picture of our multiple frames. So it is during the atlas creation, or when we, I suppose when we create animated sprite, this is where essentially the position should be set. Animation is animation. See, that's the thing though, like, at which point is its position known? Because I don't feel any of that holds the... Oh no, did you forget?
Hmm?
Did you forget?
Mm-hmm.
Oops.
We'll be fine.
Texture, region, color, rotation, origin. No, but it's not the origin, it's position really that matters here. Interesting. So bootstrapping I need to understand here quickly. Because we get the texture atlas, right? We loaded the definition for that, okay. We create an animated sprite, we scale it. But until we draw the very first time, I feel we won't have a position. See that position here, that's... Yeah. Bless you. I feel almost like I need to initialize it to just 0, 0 for now. To do this right. Um, Right, I think I will actually go and do exactly that. We'll say here slime position is new vector 2, right, of actually just 0, vector 2 0. No? Is that not what we always did? It's right there. Vector 2.0. Or does it not need to be a new? Just vector 2.0. Yeah, okay. Maybe. Are we running anywhere? I'm just Pickle, slime dodger, something, just to make sure we have not got any instances running. Make clean and make run. Wait, you okay there? Good scratch? Apparently so. That, I mean, slime's moving, but no happy. I think that's what I was. I think we can't do that. Exclamation mark. I'm just wondering if that's the case, because exclamation mark can also mean negate. So come see me, boy. What is it? Come. You know, coming up.
Give that cuddles.
Kisses. What's up, boy? No, he's really no. Hey, it's from it planted on my leg. That's unusual. Okay, we have slime, but no. Hmm. Can we just? Assign random bat velocity. Where's the draw call? Where is the draw call? Here. Bad draw, strike badge, bad position. Like that. I don't see any issue. And then let's check the functions down here again. Assign random bat velocity is just a whole bunch of mathing, but I will just try and grok quickly over it and see if I did anything terribly wrong, but so far it looks all right. That angle, so new vector xy, that direction. Bat velocity is direction times movement speed, so that seems fine. This particular piece. Right, go lie down, Patch. So let's check collisions again. There's a rectangle screen bounds that
Actually, no. What's your problem now?
At this point, should absolutely have valid values in it, right? I mean, shall we go and maybe breakpoint here and check?
It's your own fault.
So let's maybe do the breakpoint here. I think I have another one somewhere. I need to find it and disable it. Yeah. Check it at that point, I suppose, right? Let's see here. And if you ask me one more time how to build this bloody thing, I'm gonna scream. No, you seem to have remembered this time. So let's give me the variables here. And let's just start to parse through this. Like, do we have a valid result if we step over this and say, hey, what's your screen bounce? Yes, you're fine. And we have a slime at 40. I'm just no, that's bounce. They're bounce. Don't worry about any of that right now. As a matter of fact, we should have a bad instance. Interesting. Why bad 0 right now? Should not. No, actually, wrong property. Looking here, bad position. It's so the width of the texture as we've established. Let me actually see what the slime says about its width. 80. Okay. Plus 10 is 90, so that's where that number comes from, and that's where you initialize first. And y0, which should be right at the top, okay? Just 90 pixels over from the right. Then you have some random velocity vector pointing negative already. Like so wait, you must have already ran essentially once through the assigning the random velocity. You must have. Because these are definitely two random, values just plucked out of nowhere, which seem to be centered around pi-ish. And minus. This minus thing is okay. Let's new bad position is bad position plus bad velocity. Right, so that's basically where we're predicting the bat should go. Right, which is yeah, that actually sounds even right. Just going from where we started with our numbers, and then the two vectors pointing in the sort of this direction, like that makes sense. So that's our new position essentially, right? Now you're creating a bounding box for the position, right? Bat bounds, show me. 0 radius 0. Well, okay, no, it's not been initialized yet, so that makes maybe sense. It now, okay, it has a location at 130 and 40. I mean, that's all been casted to integers. No need for that super precision. Because that should be derived from the. I don't actually know. Bottom is 80. That makes sense. Top 0 makes sense. Right 170. 90, but that seems a bit much. The radius seems too much. What's the bat's actual size in here? Height 80 and width 80, I imagine. Okay, cool. Let me collapse this class again. Don't need it. So plus 80, we're already at 90 plus 80, so 170 sounds right. Radius 40 does half of 80, yes, okay. So far so good, and no, I don't see it. Okay. Mm, And then we're just going through the bounds, and now theoretically we should already hit a bound at the y on the y-axis. So you should just skip, right? Bad bounds. Oh, you are a qualified fucking idiot, by the way, Sebastian. Right. We can acknowledge that here. I'm checking the left bad boundary against the right screen boundary, so that's not gonna work. And have I done the same mistake here? And there's no Y checks. Uh, if you're not doing anything with the result of those checks, then nothing is going to happen. Oh, that's funny. That's funny to me. So let me we'll stop here. We've established that I didn't think my way entirely through this. And then normal x is minus the vector, okay, and new bad position is screen bounds right minus the bat width. Okay, so far so good. I guess what can we say about the new? I don't actually know because there's more vector mathing involved. Although it seems to be just a copy of the x stuff. So normal y, no, normal dot y is vector term left behind dot unit y dot y. Is that right? Apparently so. Yeah, you're not. We have that double import again. You fucketh offeth, kindly please. Bad bounds. Yes. So then the new back position y is what screen bounds top. Okay, that's straightforward enough. But then if we're hitting at the bottom, we normal.y again is minus vector 2 dot unity y dot y, and that the new bat position dot y is screen bounds bottom minus height, right? Bat height. Bat dot height. Okay. So if the normal, it's a vector 2 here, please. Right. Then this normalization happens here and the reflection. That makes sense so far, okay. Then bad position is a new bad position. If we have an intersect, we basically just make a new bat. Something like that. No. Yeah. Choose a random row columnist. Yeah, change the bat position. So it just gets moved somewhere else randomly. Not so much that it gets removed or anything, it just gets moved itself. Okay. And then we do the random assigning of a velocity. Oh God. Let me go and check through what's going on here where you're complaining. So you don't like me doing that, but you don't care if I do it on the type. But if I what? But if I do that, then you still complain. Still possible null reference. So who is null referencing? Not even really. Who? Animation must contain something. Really? Are you sure? Could we not just? No. I mean, could we not just? Just. My God, it's a fucking it's bloody everywhere. No, you're not capable of doing that. That was too much hope. I don't know the fix at the moment, so I will leave as is and just have the constructors complain. Right. Shall we try this again? Terminal, where art thou? Okay, so this should maybe it could, and I feel like we maybe have a chance now because if we don't do any Y checks, and it's just gonna disappear. And there we go. Yes, bat flying around, bouncing off of us, like, well, not so much bouncing. It just gets relocated, and it bounces off the screen nicely. Oh, that was not right at the top. Also, the top bottom doesn't seem right. Not sure if that's because of the weird shape of the window, but it don't look right. It don't look right. So check collisions. It's definitely the check itself that's not quite right. So let me find out here. The bat bounce Y. Is that right? Is that what we're checking against? Yeah, okay, yeah, I did a whoopsie doopsie. We're checking the position. Oh, wrong there. So bat bounce top and the bat bounce bottom, because that's where we're actually needing to compare. Right. That sounds more reasonable. Because that would also make sense why it was wrong on both. Because XY actually returns essentially a 0, 0 up here. So that wouldn't, that wouldn't work right. That actually looks better now. Yeah. It's not leaving, it's bounding off right off the box, and so are we basically. It feels a bit too much space there, but I think it's just very generously cut the 80 by 80 pixels. We could check in on that. Let's just slime. Where are we? Bounce top, screen bounce top, slime bounce bottom, and the screen bounce bottom, and you set its position to that of its height. Is that right? I've set it by the height there. That seems right. So smaller than left, but larger than right. So this is right, right, left, left. Setting its yes. On the case we're too far right, you set its x to be x minus the width of the entire thing. Right. In case we're too far up, you just 0, 0 it there. And then otherwise the y is the screen mount's bottom minus the height of the. Yeah, I don't see why that should be wrong. So I think this is just the way it displays. Let's try. I would like to try to. Where is it? Run you in full screen. Just what happens. I think we also fixed the boundary issues when we go. Like this is now 1920 by 1080. So perfect. Nice, 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 nice. So I think that actually finishes off chapter 12 finally. That was interesting. Yes, and now we're getting to something more, but all good, all good. Let us go and do a bit of a commit of all the things. So, implement. No, well, actually, it's finished chapter 12, and then we go a line below and say implemented collision detection circle based. Right, just keeping it simple. I did also, well, that's from a inside commit, but yeah, I think I should mention it. Make file refactored for less code repetition. Boom, commit. Commit. I know that's creepy. Stop that, Sebastian.
Batting your eyelids as you're doing it.
I could bat my eyelids, but I don't think you want that either.
No, because that's creepy. I'm not even looking at you. No.
I did it to the camera too. It's fine. You're safe now, ish. Right. Let's go and commit this into the actual repository now. We have a few things to go and say yes to. Give me the chapter 12.
I don't know what you're looking for. Now stop.
Make a pull request. I think might actually be open already. Whoops. Yeah, I did that over the weekend as well. It's fine. But now we have a complete sort of thing of what's been happening. That's fair. Implemented circuit shape primitive for collision detection, then make file reorganized, command line parser and refactor the name, remove all constructor that wasn't needed, and then we finish chapter 12 today with a change set of. It's actually not too bad. How many additions do we have? 134 additions and 6 deletions. That's fair. That's fair. Anyways, I say create merge commit. Say switch main merge. Could do it locally as well to have everything signed, but it's fine. There's future set problems. And yes. Now we can go for now check out main and pull in all those changes and make sure we are up to date. Sweet. We are moving on to chapter 13, which is working with tile maps. So, what is a tile set? Tile set is a collection of small images, and let's just break it down. You can basically have a very simple image like this, and by repeating certain elements, you can make an entire map. So you have like all the wall pieces here in this grid. You have some what I would imagine could be like water pieces or whatever, or like just in a wall. If you look at it in this sort of 2.5D session version, and just two different tiles for floor, one a bit shattered, one just clean. Fair enough. And you then basically everything has a number from 0 to 15 in this case, because there's 16s 4x4, and you just start counting from the left, 0 1 2 3 4, next row 4 5 6 and so forth. And then to describe this entire map that you want, you just say, hey, I want 0, what's that, you do a 1 2 1 1, like you can just repeat these sort of tiles from that tile map and make a arbitrary big tile map if you wanted. So let's actually go and continue and do that. Do we get to download enough? Do we get to download a different image, or is that the one up there? Let me just scroll quickly through. No, here's the texture image, or the entire texture atlas. Okay. So let's go and start with that actually first. Copy image link. Okay, and I shall go into Slime. Why is that directory still there? Is this because we're on main rmrfs? No. There's nothing there. Okay. Assets, images, wget, this thing, and this is now still called atlas.png. So this, oh yeah, okay, you're gonna have issues with that. So rm atlas.png and move atlas png1 into atlas png, like so. Thank you. It's now updated. Fair enough. Good. Let's all the way back up. We have a few things to type and do. I think I'm nearly due my break, actually.
You are 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, between the next 5 and 10. Where's, yeah. So let me go and actually just start typing out things. We need, this is in the library, right? In the graphics folder, I imagined, yes. So we make a new file, and this is a tile set. So tile set. Is it just T being the capital? Okay, yeah. Tile set CS, and namespace is MonoGame library. Nope. Touch graphics, and it's a public class of tile set. Okay. We need a few fields or members or properties. Properties is the name. We have a private read only extra region array called tiles. Why are you complaining? Oh, that's just formatting. Don't care. This should still no. Maybe that would. No. No. Make. Oh, I'm in the wrong bloody place to do that.
Business.
Like make clean and make, because I did forget just a debug I want. Just make debug. Just curious, are you going to build it? Yes, you are. Good. So the question then becomes, is this stuff yeah, that's of course that's right. And missing XML comments. Let's then maybe start with that. This describes a tile set, an image containing sections of, or a grid of we'll call them map elements maybe, or just no tile map, that's it. A grid of tile map sections or sources, something like that, right? And the tiles themselves are private, so we don't need to document them necessarily. And this is self-explanatory. I will copy and paste it. Okay, this is literally just a bunch of properties telling us we have a tile width, a tile height, the amount of columns and rows that these tiles go into, and the amount of tiles. It's yeah.
I done.
Yeah, obviously important being that each tile is exactly the same size, so you can't have like mix and match tile sizes there. You could do it probably through 2 tile maps, like you could mix and match something like there if we needed to. But okay, so now comes the constructor. Yeah, this is where it gets spicy. So what? How are you being initialized? So are you taking a texture region? Okay, I can do that. I can give you a texture region, right? And then you want a tile width and a tile height. Okay, tile width and in tile height. Oh, if I could type. So this is, roughly how one would make a new tile set. Fair enough. And then, okay, so, nope. Tile width is essentially what came in from that constructor. Do the same with the tile height. Right, then we need to columns. Are we texture region width and tile width? Where's the right? Okay. So texture region width. Right, it's gonna give us the entire picture, right? Okay, yeah. And divide that just by the tile width. That gives us the amount of columns. And then rows is texture region height. Oh, height and divide that by the tile height. And then we need to do a count, which is essentially just rows times columns. Or columns times rows, sorry, again with that notation, let's get it right. Make it good habit. Yeah, that's exactly what you do, okay. But that's not everything. We need to do something with that. So what are we doing with that? We make a new array. New texture region, right? Yeah, just with a certain amount of members. We already know how many we need, and yeah, we just grab that from count because we've just calculated that. So we now now know exactly how many tiles we need because we've counted that up here, and we're making a texture region or a bunch of texture region with just actually the small pieces inside. And then there's a for loop. Let me try and understand it. All right, okay, yeah, that's. We'll just actually go through count up to count. I think, yeah, up to count and then just I in plus plus. So this is just a small loop saying set I some number, doesn't really matter what you name this thing, to 0, and until this thing is or as long as it's smaller than whatever this is, so in this time the amount of items that we want, do something in here, and when you're done with it, increase I by 1. So then the next one would be 1, and then so forth, and if you have 10 items by the time it hits that, it then says, okay, we've done all the things. Cool. I am nearly due a break. I would love to quickly finish this quickly here. This is not all that difficult. Is I, oh God, percent that we will need to explain properly after the break. Tile width and int y is I divided, right? Yeah, they're both almost the same, but not really. Not columns. Yes, columns. Columns times tile height. And then okay, tiles of that index is basically a new texture region with texture region dot region, no, dot texture region dot texture, sorry. I'm passing the texture in at first. My God. Texture region dot, no. Source rectangle dot x plus x. Okay, we'll figure that out after. This is a bit of a mouthful. Texture region dot source rectangle dot y plus y, I imagine, right? The line is that long I can't even see it in the browser. My God. Yes, and it keeps going. We're not quite done here. Comma tile width, comma tile height, because we are making a rectangle here, I think. Yeah, that looks a bit nicer to read. Let me go and save that. And I don't quite understand all of this. So the first part is making X for the index of, so for the item that we're looking at, mod that. So that's like division, but you take the remainder. You don't take what's left in the division, you take what's remaining from that division. And then columns times tile width. Okay, and then in the Y case, you do a division, but also by columns, but times it by the tile height. Oh yeah, because we're working through a through a collection of rows. We need to go through the columns. Essentially, we were working through the columns and tiling it up that way, I think. Be interesting to see maybe in a debug. But anyways, if you like this sort of content and want to see more of it, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe. I will be back in 3 to 5, and we shall continue our adventures in working with tile maps. And with that, I shan't be long. And with that, I am back. So let's now continue our journey here. We now make some methods in here. Fair enough. See, this is why I like the rainbow brackets, because you can sort of clearly tell very quickly how far down the hierarchy you are. That's why I find that quite useful. Let me go and grab the commentary for this. The code descriptions, whatever this. Yes, and then we will go and say, hey, let's make public texture region. Saying get tile, okay, and we need to give it an index, and it returns, interesting, tiles at index. That's all that function does. It's literally a getter. We could also do it by saying we do it by row and column. So let me. Yeah, it's essentially the same definition of a function, just that we pass in a end row column. Yeah, and call and row, and could almost shorten that. At the moment it looks like this, and I almost want to do it into one of those short getters, but let's see. Int index is row times call. That's the actual index, right? Plus column. Ah, right, because of how far in along the columns we are for each item in the row. Yes, yes, yes. Column plus column. That's the actual index, and so that's the return get tile of index. And could we not just cut that out, put that in here, and do something like so? Okay, fine. Come on. There we go. It's essentially the same as what we did in the two lines, but just making the index by saying take the row columns plus the column that we're on right now and get run a get tile or what on that index. It's just, yes, I like. We now work on a well work one. Type a namespace definition. Oh, are we namespace? That's the public tile set. We yellow. Oh, it's one to me. Oh, nice, Abdul. Welcome in. What are you coding? I'm just following on the MonoGame tutorial, basically trying to learn about game graphics and game programming. So we now need a new file called a tile map. Oh, it's all in normal casing. Tile map CS. So this again becomes part of the namespace novice game library dot graphics. Oh, it's not name, it's name space. If I could type. Pardon me. Public class tile map, and there we go. We have a standard definition. You apparently have a few usings. Okay, now we have a few properties in fields. So let me see. Private read only tile set is just a private tile set, right? Okay, and the private private read only as well. Okay, it's an int array of tiles. Then rows, columns, count, scale. Oh, but that's all straightforward. We can just copy paste it and we will quickly walk through it. So we have literally the amount of rows and columns of the tile map. And this is basically us putting together from the tile set the entire map by just repeating the amount of items that we want in each tile. Count vector to a scale, so how large do we want to draw it basically at? Tile width times the scale in the x direction times the scale in the y direction. Nothing magical here, we've seen this before. Let's construct us a tile map. Yes, indeed. Let's copy documentation. New, like this. And we'll just call CTOR for us, our purposes here to make this easier. And so we have a tile set coming in and in columns, in rows, right? And what are we doing here? We set our private tile set to the tile set that came in from the constructor. We probably columns, rows, right? Columns is columns, because again, just passing that in from the constructor. Rows is rows. Then we make a count. Columns times rows, and we need a scale. And we'll just set it, just get vector 1, I would imagine. Yep. Vector 2. No, why? Not system numerics. Stop doing that. Where's the X and A stuff? Vector 2. There. Vector 2 dot 1. And then, sorry, my headset is being funky at the moment. So we then say tiles is a new int array of count. Now we need to manage that, of course. Happy because some formatting, sure. Let me go and just grab you. No, wrong window. You were meant to come over here, and where's my VS Code? No, I lost code. I haven't lost it, but it's hidden somewhere because I. Oh, seriously, what happened? Huh. Don't want to start it again necessarily. Yeah. That's that. I have 4 screens, and honestly, I have lost my Visual Studio Code. There it is. Okay, yeah, no, you were okay. You were meant to actually go over here. That's what happened. Okay. Let me go and reorganize my screen quickly. There we go. We're finally back. Right, yes, tile management. So again, a lot of documentation we've written here. I'm just gonna read through this and maybe we can just cheekily grab it. Set tile, tiles index is tile set ID coming in from that. Yeah. This is literally how we're saying here, as we build up the tiles for that tile map, uh, grab this from the tile set. The small version of our picture, like where there's only one copy of each tile. And then you can do it again through either index or column and row. Yeah, and just let it run like this. This seems to fine. Just grab texture and get tile is the same thing as what we did before. Might even do that slight optimization again. So I'm just gonna bring this in here, and I'm gonna say to you here, going, this is what our index is going to be anyways. So let me grab you and say that instead we just make this a call like so, and I don't need any of this. Can even do the same here. Right, Control X, make a function declaration like this, and say this is our return. And then this is a setter, and I don't want to do anything like that. And then the set just runs that. This is fine. Cool. And then now we need a draw method, and this we will need to do properly so we understand it, because it looks a bit more complex than just a couple of variables coming together. Because ultimately, this is all these functions are, right? In the beginning, we take a bunch of very simple variables and we combine them in certain matters to sort of give us an idea of how big pictures are and where they are. But ultimately, it's literally just putting together variables in different orders and manners to organize it all. It's what you then do with all those variables and how you put them together later on is what obviously is the more interesting part. So that sounds about right. Let me go and see tour this again, because no, that's a draw method. That's wrong, Sebastian. Public, is that override? No, it's not an override. Draw. And what do we draw? A sprite batch. We're just given a sprite batch. Sure. You do not seem to be aware of sprite batches, but trust me when I say not. I can type honestly. Sprite, but it's a batch, not bratch. Oh god. Yeah. And so we're counting essentially through all our tiles in our tile map. So this is again the entire game map, if you will. And get the tile. And oh yeah, this makes actually sense. Okay, so 4. And this is basically the count of our tile map. We go and what's this tile set index? Is essentially tiles at index, where we are looping through right now. Texture region called tile. Let me go and try and put this underneath you. Stay there. Tile is a tile set. Get tile at I, right? Or tile set index. Okay. Okay. And X is something int y is sort of a similar thing. I would say I%, so this is the mod of the division, like columns. All right, and then I divide by columns. And then, yeah, this basically gives us exactly where we are inside the amount of rows and columns. I get that now. So we make a new vector 2 called position, and we compose it out of, my God, okay, new vector 2 out of, what am I seeing here? X times tile width and y, no, yes, y times tile height. Because again, we need to know how big each element is before we can place it on one of the grid tiles. And then we tile draw. Sweet. A few parameters. Let me. So this is the sprite badge that you want. You're not gonna give me some code completion is the word I was looking for. Apparently not. Okay, so position is what you want next. Then you want color dot white. Because we don't want any blending really. Vector 2 0 scale that we have, sprite effects none, and 1.0f. That sounds about right, as a matter of fact. Yeah, you have some formatting issues, fix them. Yeah, okay, I can see that. That makes it easier to read. Now we need to this is the actual draw function. We're done with that. Oops. We now need a way to load this tile map, essentially. Okay. Okay, I will be honest, I will just copy that. Because fuck that. Fuck that for a laugh. I'll show you why. That's a huge fucking thing again. And it's got XML and string manipulation, and it's ugly and it's hideous, and I want it. No, well, we need it, essentially. That's what it is. Let me try and parse ourselves through this. So very clearly we grab something from our content manager, we read some XML file, and we look at the root, and here's an example of such an XML file. The tile set element contains information about the tile set used by the tile map. Yes, okay. Region attribute represents the x, y, width, and height component of the boundary for the texture region within the texture at the content path specified. So basically we make a tile set at the root, and then we have tile width, tile height, and we'll see the XML file for that in a minute as well. And then you're reading out the tiles, which looks like this. And this, this is actually us already saying this is how I want the map drawn. I want you to draw the 0th tile at the first position, then take the first tile, draw it twice next to each other, then take the second one and draw it in the corner there. And this is sort of a very simple 4x4 way of making a map by repeating certain blocks. Like in the middle ones here, 04, 04, they would look the same there. Right? So yeah, that makes sense. there's just a lot of string manipulation happening here to separate out all that stuff, and I don't think we need to concern ourselves with that. I feel like there's better ways of doing it, but like, so first you're taking basically new lines out. It's representing it all as one long line, and that gives you actually the amount of rows, right? Yeah, that makes sense, because for every new line you remove, there is another line underneath it, right? You then go and check how many columns there is by separating all those numbers by spaces, and thusly create a new tile map with that same sort of mapping, just running through that, and yeah, a lot of unnecessary yuck. Now we have the texture atlas already downloaded, like the atlas.png. Now we need an XML configuration. So let me go and save this first. And we're gonna say this is tile set in tile. Okay. Wait. Before I do anything, I'm noticing we haven't checked out in a new branch. So git stash all of this, please. Please all of it. Oh, you put all of this in a stash, right? Then git check out right, chapter 13. Yes, 13. Git stash pop, and do that again because we had 3 files changed. Yeah. Now we can commit this into chapter 13 as changes. So we tile map functional-ish implemented tile set. Oh. Implemented tile set class. Implemented tile map class, and updated PNG asset, right? Can even say atlas.png if we have to. Yes, I think that is fine. I think that was right. Yeah. Go and publish that out already. Also, while I am at church, I forget sometimes. There we go. We need to change some content or add some content to the actual game. So this is where we go and say, hey, go and give me the assets and give me the, where's the editor here? For the shout out.
Yeah.
It's fine. You're most welcome. You know how we roll here. So we make a new item, and this is a new XML content, and we're gonna call this it's a tile map definition. Okay, excuse you. Tile map slash definition.xml. Go. Let's give it some content before we build it, I feel. Also, wait, it needs to be not built but copied. Actually, that's it. It doesn't. We don't need anything else for that. Save, build, and then we can close the content editor already. We're good with that. Now, yeah, there it is. I am not typing all that out. Fuck that for a laugh. Where are we? Time map definition. Control A, Control V. So this is our time map. Okay, and maybe, just maybe, I'm going to take the atlas right here, and we're gonna just move it off to a side, like something like this. Okay, so we get an understanding roughly here of we don't exactly know how the texture atlas is set up just yet. We haven't got that new version just yet, but you can already see. So the way it's going to put together a map here is it's going to take this block here. Let's zoom in a bit. It's going to take this block here, and then it's going to take one of those, one of those here in the middle, then one of those, like 1 and 2, sort of in an alternate pattern here, until it gets to the very corner and it chooses 0, 1, 2, this corner block here. So this is literally from the big to the big, from the small to the big map here. And we're going to construct ourselves the entire thing this way. That is cool. You can see a lot of repetition in here. Couple of crack blocks probably from the looks of it. Yeah, that's that internal wall, but no, I like how this is done. You can sort of actually almost visualize it. Yeah, you can see it like here in VS Code. If you just drop on one of the values, it sort of highlights them slightly, but cool. I feel like we're missing part of the as Atlas TNG, a PNG replaced. But how does the texture atlas know about this new picture? Because it's wanting us to now update the actual game. There's a timelap XML, timelap definition, and then going into the game. Oh, I think I understand actually. Wait. I think in here in this region definition, it's actually saying already ignore the first pictures. Something like that. Because it's saying each of them is 40 wide, I think, and then it's no, each of them is 80 by 80. But it's set in the origin 40 pixels down, which, by the way, the picture is actually 20 pixels each section at the moment. We just scale it up by 4 to get to the 80. Right. Yeah. This here is exactly where it's basically saying, I'm going to try and explain it somehow. Let me try and draw this over here again. If we look at this definition here, we basically say stay here on this axis, but 40 down is literally 20, 40 here, and then each of those is 80 by 80 pixels. This is one tile. Well, that's how it scales, that's how big it wants to scale it, but the tile width is actually 20 each, so this is, yeah, that makes sense. This is literally how it's defining out of the entire image already how to get those. Okay. And yes, so we can actually go into our game and just implement this now. Added tile map definition to assets, right? That's the first thing we did here. Keep the changes nice and simple. Cool. And then we go and implement things. Tile set, tile map, they can go for now. The tile map definition can go. We go into Slime Dodger itself, and essentially once we are sort of say here, we define a tile map to draw. And this is a private apparently tile map. And yeah, we'll just keep it tile map. Okay. And okay. Define the room bounds. Oh. And that is a private rectangle, just room bounds for now. Then we go into the initializer. So this is where we now have our screen height defined based on the full available width of the window and height. And we're now gonna, excuse me, what did I miss here? Room bounds? I don't see any. Oh, you want to, oh, okay, you want to change this approach now. Screen width, screen height. Okay, I guess we can do that. Rectangle screen bounds is graphics device. I think just graphics device, right? Yeah, and then we'll get that again from the presentation parameters. Dots, bounds, just bounds somewhere. Yeah, bounds. Okay. Room bounds is a new rectangle. Not name of, new rectangle. Oh. How is that constructed? Okay. We cast something to an int twice. And then we add screen bounds width minus one step at a time. First, and we're getting in cast from the tile map tile width. Okay, tile map dot tile width. Do the same thing again. Oh. Tile height that you're getting past in there, and then you're gonna say screen bounds height. I feel silly doing that. Can we not just get our actual screen width? Because we've done that before. Like, I feel this whole screen bounce thing is a little bit unnecessary. Let me mark it off like that. So screen width minus that's an int cast, okay. Oh. The okay, minus tile map dot tile width times 2. Why times 2? That's the part I was getting a bit confused here at a second. But let's just grab this, that's screen bounds width, but screen width minus screen height minus the tile map tile height times 2. Initial slime position. As the room bounds, this is a bit. So you're setting the mount bounds to be at the origin, like the origin is already kind of confusing to me. Why isn't that just a 0, 0? Oh, right, no, stop. I think I know what it's doing. It's offsetting, so we're going to have a border on the outside that is essentially going to be untouchable, and we're going to contain our characters within that smaller border. That's how we're calculating this as well, by then taking that tile width, because we're going to be in the origin and we need to take that away, but that times 2, tile width times 2. We'll probably find out maybe later why we double this. I feel like just knowing a tile width is going to be enough to take away from the screen. Because you need to do it on the left and the right, and the bottom and the top. You need to take that distance away twice. No, honestly, but it's so good when you actually hear yourself talking out loud, and the more you think about it and hear yourself, you're like, oh, wait, yeah, makes sense. Why are you even struggling? But, you know, it's a learning process, so. Said initial slime position to center, like just center tile of map, and then we're going to actually calculate whether that is center row is time map rows divided by 2. Is that as simple as that? What's our tile map look like? Like we could just math it quickly. Like that's an easy one. Where is come here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Take 2 away is 14 each way, which is 7. So that's a nice round number there. Okay, and there's 2. And I imagine just because of that, if we do 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 7. So 3.5. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be weird. But okay, you just seem to be fine with this. Center row, we'll just take. Sorry, talking to myself and getting confused easily. Dot rows divided by 2. Oh no, we already know the rows and yeah, that makes sense. That's why we just divide center column is time up dot columns divided by 2, and thusly we just set the slime's position to a new vector 2. Probably be easier to just wrap it straight in. Center column times, because tile map tile width we need, yeah, times tile map dot tile width, and the other one is the center row times the opposite, like the height thing, right? Times tile map tile height, yeah. And then initial bat position going to be set to top left of the corner, top left corner of the room. Okay. Top left corner of room. Room. That position is new vector 2, of course. That part was obvious, but room bounds left top. Exactly that. Room bounds top and room bounds. No, room bounds left, sorry. X first. Left and room bounds dot top. That should literally just plonk it right there into the room bounds within, but not the screen bounds. Yeah, yeah, cool. And then assign the random velocity. We ain't doing this here at the moment. Wait, what? That's the load content. Shit, I did this in initialize. No, this is all fine. No, it's not. Why? In the load content, we're just grabbing the tile map. And initialize, we're grabbing those. But we don't have actually them got in a random position, in a random velocity yet. But I suppose I could right now. Yeah, I did something weird here. Initialize rectangle. I think I've put part of this code in the wrong frickin' place. So I should be in initialize to make the screen bounds, which we didn't need. We have the room bounds. And I've just went instead of screen bounds, I've just went screen width. Because that's already been established. Unless bounds are different, then no, I don't see why it would be something else. Trying to think here. But we made room bounds, we then made that, okay. And apparently I should also be assigning random bat velocities here, which I guess, yeah, actually, because we can then get rid of the other calls to that. Yeah. Let's just assign random bat velocity, just do it. That's fine, absolutely. Because in load content, we don't need to do any of that then. I feel like load content is going to be a bit easier now. Like, I also don't see you doing base load content. I'm not sure if I'm entirely convinced of that. Okay, you're just calling through to game CS, so yeah, because the content manager isn't actually managed by us. That is true enough. Trying to also remind myself of what we did previously, of course, right? So we make a new tile map. Slime update, that seems fine. Slime draw. And then here's the actual inputs, checks, and collision checks. Okay. So this is us literally having set up now the initial positions for those two, and yeah, absolutely, we can give the random bat and velocity. Sure, we could, because now we just need to tell you how to deal with those textures. Tile map, sorry. So tile map is that new? No, tile map will load from file. What the? Oh, I knew I had done that wrong the minute this wasn't working. Like, I had a feeling I had done a little fucky wucky. So let me dive back into the time map class, jump there. We should be absolutely capable of jumping there. I just, because that hasn't been compiled yet, that's why you're not aware of the actual, and you're probably not going to build it. It's fine here. Tile map. I need to make this a static. It's static. Okay, you really don't have a clue. Okay, okay, okay. Collisions, yeah, draw. No content here. No, stop correcting this. From file. That's how you need to be called. Where are we? There we go, there we go, there we go. So right here we say this is actually coming from the content, comma, like so, images slash tile maps definition dot xml, right? Because this isn't actually managed by the content manager as such. And then we shall scale that tile map dot scale is a new vector 2 of, I feel like I want to have this as a nicer number somewhere, but it's fine, 4.0f, because we've referred to it quite a few times now, this scaling, but it's fine. No, I'm not. We'll do it right here somewhere in the screen height width type thing. Private const and pixel scale, something like that. I think that's not how you do constant, as I will do. It's not an int. It needs to be a float. Right, 4.0f. Done. Now every time I see that, we're going to try and just, oh, maybe I should have just copied that as a value so we can actually just paste it in. Right here, there's our first couple of occurrences. No, it's really not happy with this. Okay, let me just single-handedly quickly go through. Just keep the scale the same, of course, in X and Y. Oh my goodness. Oh yes, and then basically what we'll do is we do an update in the collision checks. So I am due a break, as I was just friendlily reminded it of. But instead of the screen bounds here, we just check for the room bounds. Apparently not for... Yeah, no, it's all room bounds. It's none of it is screen bounds anymore, right? So because the same is going to be true for the bats. Okay, I think if I now go and just name this room bounds. Oh shoot. No, it's underscore. Then this should actually be fine. We're gonna try one quick build. Except for wait. I forgot. Choose a random row. Where is this? This is here. Instead of a random shit next. Okay, this looks slightly different. Let me just go and drop this in. No. Copy. If slime bound intersects, so you don't need those anymore. Because you already have those in the tile map, yeah. But take one away because the tile map starts at 1, I imagine. And just a final draw in our draw call. Where is it? Oh. Draw, bat, sprite, draw. So now we go tile map, draw, right? And attach it to the sprite batch. Oop. Does it? Oh, we probably want to do that first, actually. Yeah, that makes sense. Do the tile map first, then draw the two other entities. Point clam corner. I think we good. Let's build it. If it builds, it runs, right? If it builds, it runs. Make clean and make debug. Yes. I don't want to even see it running, just if it builds, it runs. And then we're going to go on a quick 3 to 5 minute break. And remember, guys, if you like this sort of content and you want to see more of it, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe is always appreciated. And it helps out the channel greatly. Oh. Okay. One quick. I see already what we're dealing with. I already see what we're dealing with. Get rid of that system ficking numerics. Yeah. I'm going. If it makes it build, if it builds it, it runs. Okay. If it builds, it runs. And with that, I won't be long. I will see you all in 3 to 5 minutes. And with that, I am back. So it turns out I had another system.drawing import here, which actually was taken in the wrong color value here. We also do have a bunch of warnings for missing comments and what have you not. I think I want to quickly go through and maybe address some of this if we can. I see. Okay, let's first off, if I just go and Control Shift I, then you should format that file. That is not correct though, because we have a tilemap class in graphics. Tilemap. Right, we're in the right namespace here. Wagwan. What's going on here? Do you maybe need to get rebuild inside here? Okay, can we can let me guess, we don't have a launch config. I I'm gonna do a cheeky thing, okay? And this is just because I don't want to waste any more time on this fucking build system right now. I will give me a minute. Give me a minute. And why the fuck not? I'll just quickly run through. We'll make a better version of this launch thing because I hate this, right? What I'm gonna do is we have a makefile. I'm gonna give my AI that I have access to the makefile, and we're gonna give it some context on what I wanted to achieve. So let me paste that in. That is fine. I work in VS Code. Okay. VS Code. Don't need to shout at him. I would like a decent launch.json and oh god, what's the other one? Build and whatever the is it tasks, Jason? Task ask tasks no tasks dot json and then put that in question marks. Config for both building and making building and debugging this MonoGame project. I don't know if I want to give him some more information in terms of context to understand better what we're doing here. Like I don't think he needs to know anymore. Like and anything else should be just because I would rather it just use the make file that we have and use that system to generate its debug its output, right? Just go and do it. I this is the one part I always find painful in VS Code, getting a decent coding, decent launch config. And so we're gonna go through it. We're not gonna just blindly copy it, right? So this is the task, Jason. Okay, you have a .NET. You're still running .NET Restore. Why? I suppose that's more native to you. All right, and then you're still invoking my make at the end of it, okay? For other parts of it, so that we would need to understand the launch JSON, which has MonoGame launch, which just runs the .NET stuff. This is the pre-launch task. This is what it then does. You build debug, and it integrates. It uses the integrated terminal, which maybe or may not be true. Launch replaced via make. That's actually cool. And the rest isn't really needed, I suppose. Uh, um, I don't actually care either way, I think. So we're just gonna, this is, we have changes. Okay, we're gonna need a new console. Let's make it a bit bigger, grab it. Workspace repos, let's go git dash u just in case we have a new file. Git check out branch into VS Code launch, VS Code dev or something like, or just VS Code, I guess. VS Code config, we'll call it. That's probably the best. Right in there, we now say, hey, I would like you to make a new file called tasks.json. I think it's needing to be called. Let me just. Hey, silly Ripper, I'm getting there. I'm just fighting with VS Code at the moment about launching my software, so I have went and took the lazy route for that particular part and just says, hey, I have a make file. Give me a launch config that VS Code will just work with, please. Don't make me fight this anymore. And it looks all reasonable, so I'm happy to use it and not just I don't care. So what I'm getting at is, if I now close these quickly, I would like to probably commit that. How are you doing anyways? Last book, or you can say poem I read was The Divine Comedy. Spoiler alert, it's not a comedy. It's sort of in the name already, it sort of makes you scared. Let me try and see what you say to this. We have a run and debug. Okay, I guess you would rather see a CS file, but I... Dude, do I need to reopen for you to see what we did in VS Code launch settings? Maybe, maybe. Let's give it a restart. I want to commit this though. VS Code config derived from complexity one shutters. Okay, I'm willing to admit this was absolutely terrible to do, but I'm just not willing to fight it. I want to get back into my workflow of having fun with the game. Like fighting with tooling should never be a thing. All right. All right, cool. I can't say I know all the characters from Halo. I know roughly sort of the story. I've never played much of it. I wasn't much of an exploit dude in my earlier days. And then what I'll do is close you, give you a bonk on the head, and say, "Hey, VS Code, come back." Show me. Ah, God, I'm not. Oh, nice. It sounds like those games always sound a bit interesting, I want to say. I don't see a run and debug thing just going on. Have you still not picked it up? Do we need to teach you about make files? Like seriously, what Guan? Yeah, no, no. I have a launch JSON, literally right here. Is this because you're not seeing it as a C++? Or you're needing it as a C++ because of Let me, because that wouldn't work. Let me see if there's an extension for like makefiles. Maybe this is one missing. No, we have makefile support, which gives me IntelliSense, convenient commands to build, debug, and run your targets. So no, I don't need projects with that. That. Give me that. Give. So how are we going on here? No, not that. Yeah, this. Dude, we literally have a makefile here that you should be able to read and you know what to do with. Like, I mean, you see the targets. That's something. Well, that is true. We don't want to debug a makefile. That is true. I agree with you there. But why are you not happy with these? This makes no sense to me. Okay. Yeah. Build failure. What do you mean build failure? Oh God. No, what happened? Build failed. Tile maps, yes. Oh right, yeah, I understand why this is happening because we're on the wrong branch at the moment. Let me now go and what change did you make here? Or what? I think that's just formatting. I think we can safely ignore that for now. Yes, discard that change, okay? Because now I need to go on. We've pushed this out, right? I need to now go and merge it back into chapter 13. So let me reload my repository. 1 to 8 for what? God, sorry, I've completely missed you there. There's so much code here going on. Oh, this stuff here, the using stuff. Like if that's the case, let me know. But if that's like these are basically just like import in C and C sharp, C++. You basically say that you rely on certain other libraries to give you content, context, or access to library functions. So like the Microsoft.xna.framework is basically, so this is from Microsoft. The software itself is called XNA, and underneath that you have a package called framework, and in that framework you have a package called content and one for graphics. It's sort of a way of inheriting certain parts of a package without needing to inherit all of it. Where these are just sort of built-ins into the .NET system, which is what C# builds against in my case. So yes, I now have a new pull request. So that's usually what lines 1 to something are always at about in a lot of these languages. No, not into main. We need to merge this into, excuse you, into chapter 13, please. And that's literally just those two files getting in there. That's nice. Do commit that, and we can kill that branch quite happily. And that is that. I now go and check out back into chapter 13, and we should see a change coming in. If I say here pull, it's now syncing in two changes. And now I go finally and say Git git stash hop, and then that gives me back the changes we were currently working on in chapter 13. No, I have not. I can't say I've ever heard of that, no. So now we have the tile map here. Let me go and run the format over this. Where are we going? Okay. This holds a tile map describing a level or map with individual oh god, I can type honestly, with individual C tile members with individual tiles of a tile set, something like that. There's a lot of those. Nullability of type parameter object doesn't match overridden member, possibly because of nullability attributes. Oh god. Is this me somewhere saying something could be oh. Oh, okay, yeah, we obviously want to document this. No problem at all. You're most welcome. You give me a task like that, I usually find the answer somehow. No, but you're more than welcome. I'm glad I was able to help. So yeah, this just holds this holds a single instance of a circle. Like not much more to it, but you know, we're still saying what it does and we're not just assuming knowledge. There's nothing worse for me in as personal experience than someone assuming knowledge about someone else, and you think you're talking about the same thing, but you're in fact not. Let me. Okay, you're not gonna let me. Can we say the X element may just be a no. I feel like this is gonna. This is me going down a rabbit hole trying to get all the nullables out. Why don't I actually, for the library itself, say. Oh shit. Just reduce our workload for now in that regard. So let's just go into the noviceal game library and say here nullable disable, like just. And I imagine we may get less errors now. I just have more probable issues now. God. Yeah, it's all now just in the main game. Okay, so tile map. Where is the tile map? Let's just say, hey, this may or may not be null. Fuck you. Then we're looking at inch tile map tile width, tile height. Just shushed about. Oh, just shushed about it. Okay, good luck with that. Yeah, I hate that part myself, to be fair. Just, I'll be fine. Same here. Just assume that these calls can be made because the thing exists. I just. Same here. Like, just It's fine. Like the way we're actually bootstrapping everything, I feel like confident to say, yeah, we are very sure nothing is going to be null here. No, dude, it's all good. Take your time. You know where I am usually. I've had a bit of a chaotic start anyway, so it's all good. But yeah, this is a bunch of changes. Let's see if this builds, huh? Make clean, make debug. If it builds, it's done, right? If it builds, we're done. If it builds, it ships. Could be, yeah. Build succeeded with 10 warnings. Wait, could we just quite curiously run make run? Just give me game. Whoa, look at that. There's a grid. We are bound by that in a box. That's looking correct. I'm also seeing the bat doing the same thing. And then now let's crash into it. Change its velocity vector a couple times and let's see what happens. Oh, I watch quite frequently weird movies, trust me. But no, this is looking good. Look at this. Look at that. We have an actual game map. Right? And again, these are just little numbers in an XML file saying, hey, take this tile, and then you can sort of see the repetition in the top row and where the lamp tiles are. I love that. It's this tutorial really makes it easy enough to understand. I don't like the length of the game CS, as they call it, or Slime Dodger CS in our case, but you know, we're done with chapter 13. Like I believe we have the result they are expecting here, right? Right, so you could do tile maps better. And I do have I have tile downloaded by the way, but that's a project for a future SEP thing. But yes, we have a tile map and we now are, oh my god, now we're getting sound effects and music. Well, shall we go and commit? Commit. Commit. Text. I need chapter 13. Done. And say, okay, enjoy. Thank you. It's not nice. It's following from a tutorial, but the fact it works, I'm happy with. You know, so someone made a lot already effort there to put pixel graphics together and explain all this in excruciating detail. So my hat's off to them. Anyways, implemented tile set, based tile map. Enough. And say, no, Patch, stop. Nowhere near the time. Oh, well, actually, yeah, I only have an hour. Yeah.
What now?
And we have a game board or game map, right? Game map implemented. Implemented. Sweet. That's I like. So next step, commit this, right? Go and give it my password and my key, and push those changes up. And then we'll make a new pull request from that into main because we'll, you know, this is now the sort of next iteration of the game. Implemented. I'm gonna just reiterate it. Reimplemented segmented tile set base tile map. And then the rest is in the pool, in the actual, how do you call, commit messages. English is difficult at times. It's fine. No, do not delete branch chapter 13. Because I'd rather keep the individual chapters always remaining, so we sort of know what's going on each time, and we can sort of roll back if something terrible happened. But let's check out into main, which means we're gonna sync those changes in, and we will go and now branch off into chapter 14. Right, and just publish that branch straight away. And let's look at sound effects and music. Apparently, understanding audio and MonoGame. Yes, XNA API, which with XNA there are two methods of implementing audio in the game: Microsoft cross-platform audio creation tool, Exact, or Exact probably, and the simplified sound API. Exact is a mini audio engineering studio where you can easily edit the audio for your game, like editing volume, pitch, looping, applying effects and other properties without having to do it in code. At that time, Exact for XNA was akin to what Fmod Studio is today for game audio. Okay, I've heard of Fmod Studio, never used it, so but you have UI. Okay. Windows. It remains a Windows-only tool that has not been updated since Microsoft discontinued the original XNA, nor has its source code ever been made open source. Though it's possible to install Exact on modern Windows, the process can be complex. For these reasons, this tutorial will focus on the simplified sound API, which provides all the core functionality needed for most games while remaining cross-platform compatible. And I figure if you needed more complex sounds, you could probably look at Fmod Linux. Fmods. What do they call this? It's akin to Fmod, just Fmod Studio, Fmod Studio Linux question mark. Yes, there seems to there's no version. Oh, yikes. Okay. Oh no, wait. 4 years ago. Does it? Is it? Are you for sure? Yeah, okay. I mean, might not even need it really necessarily. We'll see how it goes, right? I'm not gonna worry about that sort of thing right now. Let's learn about this shit first. But third party should be probably possible in one way or another. I'm sure. I'm assuming. Sound effects class handles short audio clips like collision sounds, player action feedback, UI interactions, environmental effects. So yeah, anything that just sort of pops off once or repeatedly quickly, whereas music is just a looping background thing, I imagine, right? Streamed from storage, so it doesn't even get loaded into memory. You could probably do your own thing there. WAV, so WAV files, MP3s, OGGs, and WMA. Well, no. I'd probably revert to OGG. Because then there's no MP3 stuff going on. It's always a bit iffy with the licensing. Content type pipeline, okay. Sound effects and song music, okay, so we can have those as individual things. And there's the content manager, literally just loading that stuff in. Playing. Can say if it's looped yes or no. For sounds is repeating true, so would have been maybe nice to say, you call the property the same, but it's fine. And you can only have one song running at a time. At least if you have one instance, I think. Yeah, sound effect instances. So you could maybe wrap a little multi-thread it around that to maybe run multiple sounds or something, songs. But so we have 3 things to download here. Let's start with that. Copy link, and I will actually go and do us a favor and do this in a slightly bigger window for easier consumption. Excuse you. Yes, but I need to be also in assets, and we're gonna just call it audio, I think, right? I probably should have done that in the MCGB editor, but it's fine. We're here. Wget this guy, collect wav, copy link. So again, wget this bit, and we have nice. They have done that as OGG. I like that. Okay, so we now have those 3 files in here. We'd probably need to add them to our content editor, right? Tell our content pipeline how to deal with that. You. So add existing folder, I guess, if I just said audio to you. And you have the 3 files in there already, right? I like that. Let's save that into our new content pipeline and rebuild this. Good. Shan't need you for now anymore. Come here, you. So we just do this. What are we just doing this in the main game for now? Aren't we so? Yeah, somewhere here, and maybe. Yeah, this will do. Let me understand quickly here that it's a private sound effect, they call it. And we'll call it just bounce SFX. Okay, not getting assigned to yet, we're just making it at the moment. And then there's another one for the collect. Oh, small c, please. And then I imagine this is just happening during load content, yeah. Where we just try and just load them in for now and deal with them. Okay, initialize load content. So I'll tile map. Bounds is content dot loads of type sound effect. I remember that part. And then it's just audio slash bounce, right? And do the same for the collect sound. We'll easily do that. Not bounce, collect. Oh, not the sound bank, it's a sound effect. And then we refer to audio slash collect. Fair enough, then it would, because we're not even going through the base of our, yeah, okay, we'll just ignore that null error just now because we're not even doing this in a library of our own making. This is just literally making the thing happen for now. And oh god, this may get loud. I have no idea what volumes we're going to be at. I will try and figure out if we can make it quieter before the first thing plays. We're still a wee while away. So let me, this theme, song, theme is content load, a song, audio/theme. Okay, this is interesting. I'm not sure what's going to happen here because it's talking to what's called the media player. Is this going to actually fuck with my Spotify? If media player.state is equal to media state if it's playing, then you want to go on media player stop. I imagine this is their internal media player. Like I can't see them interfering with the system at large without me doing a little bit more wiring. But media player stop, and then media play theme. Okay. Media player dot is repeating equals true. Sure. Can we media? No, not library. Media player dot volume. Okay, let's set that to like half. Like what is volume usually as a value? It's a float, so I'm gonna just 0.5 f, right? Shh. Don't blow our ears off, please. I think that would be nice, right? Loading in the effects, loading in the music, set it playing, and now we're going to check in our collisions here. Right about here, actually. Apparently. At velocity vector to reflect. Bounds SFX dot play. So when one of the bats hits the wall, basically it plays, and then as we are running into them, we collect SFX play because it's a one-shot play. You just play it once. Can we probably change the value, like the volume, in a minute as well before we go any further? Let me go back to the load content thing and just turn those two down just a bit as well. Right, yeah, media player. Question. Theme. What properties do we have for that? We have no volume. Interesting. So this is all managed through the media player, but we'll probably learn about that. Let's just. Maybe it's not the theme I need to collect. Interact with bounds SFX dot. Nah, equals, I suppose. It's just that instance to it. I can't really touch it in any meaningful way. So okay. Well, we'll hope for the best. And you just ignore that. Am I gonna go and turn down my now my volume doesn't just matter, it needs to be the desktop volume as well. Why no changey? Okay, let me go. Oh God, I am somewhat scared. I don't want. Protect your ears, people. No, well, I'm not running it, so we're fine. We're debugging at the moment, or just making a debug build. But as long as it builds, it runs. Like if it builds, it runs. If it builds, it ships. Right. 13 warnings, don't care. Make run. Oh, we definitely hear something. Um, why no? Why no, Lissy? I'm trying to tell you to pause. Thank you. But yes. Okay, cool. That was a bit of an assault. I do apologize, but yes, we have content positive audio. Yes, cool. That wasn't actually all that terrible, but I would like it more better managed. So we have yeah. This is where we can now make an audio controller. That's more. Let's get into that straight away. Actually, let's commit this. This is basically, yes, chapter 14, but this is sort of first audio output, output unrefined, right? Just we have audio output, it works. Commit. Okay, so we now need to be in our library, and I imagined we would make a new folder for this, audio, and we'll call this audio controller new file, audio controller.cs, and then we make this inside the namespace of not as game library dot audio, and then public class audio controller. But if there's our boilerplate, and it's derived of an iDisposable. Sure. iDisposable. I guess that makes sense, because then what happens in that case is you have a constructor that you can specifically interact with and call, and make sure that you're freeing resources again. Pretty important for sound, because if you gum up one of the sound channels, you like leave sound behind and it'll never go away. Interesting. This is where we're now actually starting to implement volumes for different parts of the system. This is fairly straightforward. We'll have it paste in and read through it. Okay, so we have a few properties. We have a list of sound effects. Using XNA framework audio, please. Right. Then you probably also need to know about lists, so using system collections generics, and dispose will make soon. But okay, so we have active sound effect instances, so it's not just not all existing, but the ones that are running right now. Fair enough. Previous song volume, sound effect volume, previous sound effect volume. Okay. For muting and unmuting, cool. All right, so yeah, literally keeping track of whether it's 0 or whatever previous number it was. So unmuting doesn't just let it go back to like 100% or whatever. Cool. And XNAME framework media. needed there. And literally, so a song volume here, if muted, it will return 0. Otherwise, the song volume is, whatever the song volume is. Yeah. That makes sense. Sound effect volume, yeah. And we're clamping it between 0 and 1 with the value that we got in from whoever's tried to set it. So you can't set it to more than 100%. Okay, that all makes sense. And here's it is disposed. That's just us checking in whether it is disposed or not. So whether it's being destroyed or not. Yeah, just copy paste. Honestly, this is boilerplate. This is so stupid boilerplate, but we need it. So when we're making an audio controller, we basically say that the active sound instances right now is a new list of sound effect instances. Yeah, to do that. Right. And then the audio controller as a dispose here. Does not just. Are you sure? All right, we might not. We might not. We might still need to make that function. So there's an update. Okay, this is where it gets a bit more interesting. So update. Okay, let's go through that. So public void update. You don't take in a delta time, which I guess makes sense because sound is going to be independent from the frame times. It doesn't really work like that. Like sound is sort of running independent at that fixed rate of like 44,000 hertz or 48 kilohertz, whatever. So for int I is active sound effect instances count -1, right? To get the proper index to come through. As long as I is greater than or equal to 0, we count down. I guess counting backwards through a memory object. So in that case, we say sound effect instance is active sound effect instances I, right? Thought that. Okay. Then we'll actually check in if instance dot state equals to sound state stopped. Right. We're also then asking inside that if the instance is disposed, not disposed, right, then we dispose it. Instance dispose, sorry, you can't just. And that's literally just saying, hey, throw that instance away and clear up the memory for it. And then active sound dot remove at index, right? Right, get this, right? So I absolutely get this. This is literally saying, hey, if the sound instance, so this is like usually the sound effects, if it's stopped, like if it's not playing anymore, then throw it away. We'll just call a new one when we need it. And then we need to figure out how to do playing back, right? Essentially, play sound effect, just with different constructors. Play song, not too terrible. Let me go and grab the documentation though, so we're not copying too much effort here. Also, I maybe should have. No, that's fine. Just I can update the audio controller. And here now comes a new function. Public sound effect instance is play sound effect. Interesting. And we'll say here this is the sound effect that we actually want played. Just SFX. Oh my god, doing too much typing here. Return. Okay, it's a recursive type thing. SFX, comma 1.0 F. Didn't want to delete that. And comma false, because that function definition hasn't been created yet, and I'm just not. We're not typing all that out because this is literally just us passing parameters in. Let me see what we mean here. We basically now take in these values that we've just sort of tried to pass in there. This is how we actually create this and say here sound effect instance is in create instance. So we actually make a new one of those. We then set those like volume, pitch, pan, all that. We set those to the specific instances. Well, this specific instance's members to whatever has been passed in from that creation play sound effect function call. We then played and we added so the active sound effect instances, and we return that as our active instance. And then we have a similar thing going on for songs here, and I'm just no worky. Play song, very similar. Yeah, absolutely. We give it a song from the content manager. We say whether repeating is true or not. Usually it is true. This is what this means in the actual function declaration. And if it's if it's playing, stop. And why? Oh, otherwise we would play, right? Yeah, it's literally just play song, and that's it. Okay. Oh God, this is just so much, just ugly boilerplate that I think I would want different, but sure. Right, let's just quickly try and grok this. So play song was our last thing. Pause audio. You take the media player, yeah, pause it. You run through the actual sound effect instances, loop through them in a for each, and just pause them. Which just come from the sound effect itself. Sweet. Resume audio is media player resume, and yeah, this is all. Set the volume, set the master volume. Okay, that's interesting, because this is then going to be for all sound effects, because they're going to be in that collection of yep. Well, yes, but I think I'm just going to push a couple minutes extra and then call it good, because it's getting late in the day, as it were.
Oh,
Time.
nice.
Yeah, it's fine, no, because I'm also getting to the limits of my brain skis powers.
That was not an invitation for you.
And this is where we basically say, okay, teach you to how to throw this away properly. This is our actual dispose call. This is where we're saying, okay, this is what I want you to do. When we, free up this resource, and first off, we're going to say dispose is true, and that sort of passes back into the gouge collector. Suppress finalize. I'll call finalizer for the specified object, because I imagine we're doing it ourselves here, where if it's already disposed, we just return. If we're disposing currently, run through those and dispose of each instance that needs disposing, essentially. Yeah. Let me go and set you up there, and we go back into Slime Dodger, and we need at the beginning now an actual audio controller instead of this Scheiße here. This we make go away. Yeah, then we'll turn this into, what's this? Oh, it's a public, okay. Hey, Kunal Svaska, thank you so much. Public stat typo. VS Code being, no, VS Code being funny. I do not like it. Go away, please. Thank you. I had Alt pressed, and that's why another line was mixed, marked there. So we're making an audio controller from ourselves, right? Call it audio, I guess, and we'll just give it a getter and a private setter. So nobody else should be having access to that, really. Right, well, we then, this is initialization. Let me go into our initialization and say, oh, thank you so much, Kunal. That's much appreciated. Okay, we're just actually setting the audio to be a new audio controller. Fair enough. Just instantiated. And then unload content. Oh, okay, we need to know. Interesting. We need to override the content manager a little bit. Well, when I say a little bit, it's nothing to worry about. Protected. Let me protected override unload content. Base unload content, yes, but we also need to do an audio dispose. Basically making sure we're cleaning up all our sound as the game gets unloaded. Oh, nice. This is C#, by the way. .NET 10. So no Python in sight. And then base unload content, that's fair. And then during update, we just audio update. Straightforward enough. And I figure right there. Oopsie. I think I did this in the wrong fucking place. Whoopsie doopsie. This has been done in a few wrong places. I need to. None of this needs to exist in this realm here. Yeah, the audio controller needs to go away as well for now. And then we just delete this and just check that core. This is where we need to do this. Core graphics, sprite batch. Now this is all graphics, content manager, input manager. Before the input manager, that's what I'm going to do audio. So let's make sure I get that again. I get that right again. So public static audio controller called audio. That is with a get private set. Private set. Gets a reference to the audio controller. Audio control system even. Sure. Then during initialize, there's initialize. Cool. That's the constructor here. Initialize sprite batch. Once we have that, create a new audio controller instance, and that is audio equals probably new, just right. We would yeah, it's just a new audio controller. Nope. And then we have the unload content stuff going on. So let me, where can that go? Feel almost like under update. So protected override void unload content, then there's the base unload, but before we do that, please do also do a audio.dispose, right? And then during update call, we just do our audio update. Update the audio manager or audio controller double L. And now we actually go and implement it into the game. You daft little bugger. So it turns out I needed some of this, but not quite like this. So we private song theme song. There's the sound effects. We need those as well still, but where are we? This is in initialize. After initialization is pretty much done, we go and say, hey, audio dot play song theme song, right? Which we still need to load in, which is now going to happen in the load content. So we load. Let me go and remove these. We need the song. We have the bounce effect. We have not like this. We can say theme is content load, right? It's got to be content load song from content, because it's coming from our content manager, and it should just be named audio/theme. Right? Yes. Okay, next we check in our collision logic. So this is literally the first time this happens, and not here. Right here is the first one, and this is not bounce SFX. We need to go and basically say audio dot play sound effect bounce SFX, right? We'll just pass it in like that, and then we have the same here for the intersect. So not collect, it's not like that. Instead, we say audio dot play sound effect of collect. All right, okay. I'm just gonna copy and paste that quickly. Just keyboard handling of volume. We'll need to change the buttons for that, but yes, that is in check keyboard. Further up here, we'll do that after him. Like this is literally just saying, hey, if M is pressed, audio toggle mute. And here we're gonna say keys. I don't know which one is OEM. Like I feel like the OEM buttons are the one on the numpad, or maybe not. Oh, yeah, plus let's try those first and then see what happens. Anyways, I think that is pretty much all of that, and then we are good. All right. Shall we try this? Let me pause. Make clean, make run. If it builds a chips. Yeah, I'm just dabbling along. I'm just learning it. I'm 46 years old. And you know, for me, it's the matter of an old dog can learn new tricks. But no, thank you. Do feel free to share it to your friends and that if you want. So obviously that's what it's there for. Oh, we have an error. Okay, I did a thing. New slime dodge. I fucky wucky something. Let me go and check quickly what happened in the song loading. Play song. In the loading, I mean. Theme song content log loads. Yeah, I did this wrong, right? I did this wrong. This is not how we call our loading of content. Yeah, because we're running through our own content manager. Whoops. Let's run that again. Okay, and we can mute, and we turn it down, and we have different sounds depending on the event. Okay, fantastic. Cool. Let's commit this. Let's go and say, hey, we've done good today. We have done another few sessions or lessons. We're now on lesson 15, you know, done, which means next time we're going to be working on sprite fonts scenes. So I think we're now getting to the stage where we're going to start making a little bit of a UI, like maybe being able to pause and change settings. But yeah, let's go and make a commit message. So this is like what, chapter 14? Why did I say 14? This was 15? Oh, wait a minute. What was the last thing we pulled in chapter? Ah, shoot. Okay, no, wait. We had our last commit basically having chapter 14 done. This is chapter 15 and essentially. So what we'll do, okay, git stash untracked files included as well, just to make sure, right? We now have a healthy commit for chapter 14 that I can actually just merge in with a pull request. I want to keep this clean. I don't want to start mixing like the different chapters and that. One typo in there. First audio output unrefined. Go do. Thank you. And we'll just, yes, sorry, Bob, create merge commit. And with that, chapter 14 done. Now comes a little trick here. We go and check out main. We go and probably say, hey, go and pull the latest. Okay, we now branch off into chapter 15. I might even just push that branch straight out. And then what I will love here is this git stash pop. And we now have all those changes back in here, which means, thank you. We can now say chapter 15 done. Done. implemented audio controller. Implement. That word is giving me trouble today. And we also implemented new keyboard. My God, shortcuts to toggle mute and vol plus minus, something like that, and changed old sound to run just removed old sound system and just removed V1 sound, as I'm gonna call it. Oh. Something like that, just to explain ourselves and commit that in, sign the key, or sign the commit, I should say, and sync those changes out, and then we call it good for today, because we have done plenty, I believe. Yes. With that, fantastic. Let me go and pass these onto the other screen, and we'll go and find a raid target. Yes. If I can find all my buttons. But yes, let me say thanks everyone for joining me today. It's been absolutely fantastic. Let me go and find a raid target if I can. So who's online right now and what are they doing? Twitch.tv. And I would like to probably just close you for a minute and mute that. Let's see, show more. There's a few streamers online, a few friends and colleagues. Who do I see? Who do I want to surprise? Yes, why not? We will go and visit a friend of the channel. And I shall have to raid at, see if this works. I should have a raid pin somewhere. No, I don't see it. Twitch, you're disappointing me. Let me go say /raid as well, so I get an actual button to push. Yes, guys, thank you so much for joining me today. It's been absolutely amazing. We've made progress. I will be back tomorrow, probably with either Factorio or more programming. We'll see how the mood takes me. Probably more programming, if I'm being honest. Thank you so much for joining me. I will be back, and with that, peace out and bye.